rocky relationship with the game lately. Mostly, we won't go into it too much, but I think it's fair to say that Wizards of the Coast has not treated y'all very well.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I can't complain. I've made a significant amount of money from Magic, but certainly, yeah. I mean, the organized play and stuff has happened recently, not great, and the fact that I ended the MPL Gauntlet in the position of maximum pain, having a tiebreaker match for top eight and losing to the opponent I lost to three times already in the Swiss.
Wait, did that happen to you? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't actually watch it because I didn't
Oh
know
yeah, that
when it
happened to
was.
me.
Yeah, that's really bad. Okay, first off, I didn't watch it, and I also didn't know when it was or what anything of it meant. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
don't worry. If you've been playing and I'd been not playing, like I probably wouldn't be watching either. So I watched a little bit of like the Challenger Gauntlet, partly because it was like research for me because basically it's a similar format, and also I had some friends there and I got to see Sam Party crush it. So that
Oh
was nice.
yeah,
But
yeah. I've been really
mostly
happy. Sorry, I've been really happy for Sam. At least he's one of the beneficiaries. So when the good guys win, it is nice. But I just don't know what's going on with anything.
Oh yeah, like the World Championship is tomorrow, right?
Oh, I do know that because I was planning to just hang out with Dom and watch it and shoot the shit. So I did know that, but you know,
But yeah, it's I mean there's some heroes, but the stakes are just not that high because they put most of the money into just like last place basically. So everybody gets 50K.
I mean, I kind of think there was not a zero chance that people would have rioted and just not shown up. Like if they didn't give everyone 50K to just show up.
I think everybody still would have shown up.
Okay.
Been so many discussions of like people boycotting Magic over the years and stuff, and it's kind of classic prisoner's dilemma, right?
Right.
That like, oh yeah, I'm the only one who showed up. I automatically win. Woo, versus obviously if nobody shows up, then everybody collectively wins, right? But it's still all better to be the only one showing up or whatever, or only 8 people show up. Oh wow, you're all in the top 8. Congratulations.
Yeah. It. I mean, I guess we should have seen this coming when Jerry decided to boycott, and then like the hubbub happened then, and then this is just a natural evolution of that. I think. Right.
Yeah, I mean I mean, there's been boycott discussions for, I think, like Pro Tour in Sydney, Australia. I remember there were a lot of discussions of boycotting that one because that was like following Pay the Pros.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some other times, it's just, but it seems like the fact that, for instance, Wizards is basically gutting and getting rid of pro play means that maybe boycotts wouldn't have been effective, because they don't care. So it is what it is. But
Yeah.
Legacy, though, is still, the game. I think that I personally find the game not as good as it once was. I think the way they push threats too much,
Yep.
it makes it so that there's the games that are like back and forth where you can recover kind of are occur less often. I find some of my favorite games are where kind of both players have suboptimal draws. And when you have pushed the power level of cards so high and you put things like the London Mulligan,
Yep.
those just happen less and less. But the game is still pretty good, even if the organized play is not. And this deck here looks sweet. I haven't actually have not yet cast a Ragavan outside of Cube. So
Yeah. So I'll say a few words on what you said. Definitely agree with you. Definitely agree. London Mole basically KO'd every single scrappy game. You basically just do not see scrappy games anymore. And also like the fact that like Ragavan and Dragon Ray's Channeler are just so powerful and accumulate so many resources. Like Dragon Ray's Channeler doesn't directly accumulate resources, but what it does is it allows your draw to be basically perfect. So
yeah, it's virtual card advantage, as they call it, right?
Yeah.
It's selection.
Yeah.
Just like Ponder isn't card advantage, right? But and neither is Brainstorm really, even when you're putting 2 lands back.
But
though is card advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think this is one of the cards that secretly made these sort of archetypes much better because before it was possible that like your opponent could just show up with an all removal deck and kill all of your threats and you'd have nothing left. but it's actually really hard for them to do that twofold. A, Urza Saga is actually really good versus like an all removal draw. B, this is just a Knight's Whisper. It's a Knight's Whisper on crack, or however you want to put it, right?
Yeah, it's Knight's Impulse or whatever, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's Whisper plus Impulse. Add missing cards to deck.
Yeah, I have to...
This is so messed up.
I have a rental service, so I don't have to own all these things. Because let me tell you a story. After Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica, I sold all my MTGO cards because I thought Arena was going to kill the client. Turns out I was massively incorrect, but that's okay.
Yeah, see, meanwhile, as an investor, I was not really an MTGO player. I was buying tickets around that time because they were so cheap. Everybody was expecting Moto to die, and I was pretty sure that it would survive for older formats,
Oh, wow. So you are actually just the opposite of I was, and you were in the correct spot.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't put that much money into it, but still, it worked out reasonably. I mean, I haven't cashed out or anything, but I feel Moto rich,
Yep. Sometimes I see you on, and I just assume you're playing Cube or something with pals. Or...
Oh yeah, that's basically exclusively what I play is Cube.
It makes sense because I think you only seek the like unique play experiences that like have weird play situations. It's really hard to get that in a constructed queue, nowadays.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't own anything from Modern Horizons 2, so I don't know. Subscribe to any rental services or anything. So
yeah, I think if you wanted to stream, you probably could make it happen, but
Yeah, well, I've had some. I've thought about maybe doing a stream at some point, but I'd probably stream limited. I generally have more fun with that, though. These decks are kind of fun. There's always something about like super powerful decks, with like, and I do like Legacy because I like the consistency you get with Ponder and Brainstorm, and I like the Days and Force of Will and stuff, and the threading the needle, right? Figuring out what answers and what threats, like the right balance to have for what your opponent's doing, and that stuff's fun.
Yeah,
I always like playing Canadian Threshold.
Oh yeah, of course you did. Well, you're Canadian, you have to like it, right?
Yeah, though I was a late adopter, I guess. The first tournament though that I played it in, I came second place after Swiss, and then I guess that was the next. Yeah, I guess the next time I played it, I came first after Swiss. It was like a Bazaar Moxen and then in a GP.
Oh, you went to Europe to play a Bazaar Moxen?
Yeah, it was following Barcelona, the PT.
Oh,
I was staying later with my friend David Kaplan, who's very much a Canadian Threshold master. So he's long since retired from Magic, and so he convinced me, hey, I play this deck because I played Legacy before, a bunch. Like there are always local tournaments in Montreal, and I'd won a lot of Moxen that I had always just turned into cash because I didn't have that much money back then. And so it's like, okay, let's play some Canadian Threshold, and yeah, deck was great, but then I lost in the top 8 to of all things a brand new deck, Blue White Miracles.
Oh,
all the spectators were laughing because they knew that I'd won the PT the week before playing Miracles. But the judge and like my opponent didn't know, so they're just like, "Why is everybody laughing?" This is like, it was just Terminus and Nimble Mongoose.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny, but also that deck was extremely good. I think honestly, if you were to play more Legacy, and I actually think you generally like control decks, I think that would have been like one of the decks you would have loved playing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I played at one tournament that you lent me the deck. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun. I made some definite mistakes. One was that I remember the first round playing with the deck. I had forgotten, to always just check each card, and I just drew the card right into my hand. It was a Terminus.
Oh, and you're like, shit.
Yeah, I was. And I was just waiting to find a Brainstorm, and then my opponent was attacking with Empty the Warren tokens, and I just scooped. And then I realized, I'm like, wait, I had 6 mana. I could have just hardcast this. I'm so stupid.
Well, the you know what they say, it happens to the best of us, and you are definitely one of the. Well, I mean,
There was a
nowadays,
point certainly where
yeah,
I was one of the best. Yeah, I think there's definitely like a period of about a year where I think I was at least the best constructed player in the world.
hmm.
But uh,
Well,
I
who's
no
the
longer
best? Who's the best limited player in the world?
at that time.
Well, now
Oh,
because
right now.
you saw all
Oh,
this
because of my
polls, remember?
poll.
Yeah.
Well, despite the results of my poll, I do not believe that it's Ben Stark. I'll say that much.
I also do not believe it's Ben Stark for many reasons, including one reason where Ari and I determined when Arena came out, if you track his Evo rating, it went straight downwards after that.
I mean, I frankly like of the I would actually have ranked Ben fourth of the four people I put in that poll.
Yes.
Less about some people complain, oh, there's only Americans on this list. It's like, well, the poll doesn't really determine who's the best limited player in the world because guess what? I expected everybody was going to vote for Ben Stark.
Yeah.
It was a question of like I wanted to see what happened with the who was second, third, fourth, etc. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure who's better between, let's say, Ham and Siggy right now. It could be either.
So
If I had to bet, I'd probably bet on Siggy, but Ham's obviously does great, and there's a lot of great drafters around the world. There's no incentives though right now.
well, funny you said that. I would also pick Ham or Siggy. I would probably also slightly lean Siggy, but it's hard to tell because Siggy doesn't stream very much, so you don't know.
Yeah,
Like I think if you were to just base overall tournament results back in the early days, it actually would have been Ham because Ham like freaking destroyed it back then. But it's
yeah.
uh
Who people don't know that much before he started streaming, but he kind of put up a Hall of Fame worthy career, right?
yes,
And
like Finkel and a few other people were like Ham should be in Hall of Fame, but he wasn't because no one knew who he was because he's just like a hick from like Virginia.
yeah,
Well, what's the equivalent of that in Canada? Someone from like
we only have 10 provinces, and
right,
so we don't have quite the same distribution. I mean,
right.
Alberta and Texas are kind of an easy comparison, and then Ontario is kind of like a lot of the northeastern states are similar to Ontario. Quebec is kind of its own thing.
All right. Joking
But yeah,
aside,
we have no Florida.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Let's not get into that. Let's leave that for another day. Good lord. Let's not unpack that one. Quick breakdown of the deck. I mean, for you, it's intuitive how this deck should play out, I think, but for maybe some of the people in the chat, this is like the evolution of Delver, I would say. Notice how the threats are so power crept that you're actually allowed to cut the card Delver Secrets from the deck, which is kind of wild. I think if I told you that before Modern Horizons 2, you just wouldn't have believed me, right?
Yeah, I still find it like a little crazy just because things about Delver is that it is a blue card, right? So obviously, Dragon's Rage Channeler is clearly a better card, but if it was blue, it would be 100% in my mind that you should play Dragon Rage Channeler. Yeah. I think the number of threats you have, and you have regents, right, which are also blue, so you're fine.
This card is really, really good, and it's kind of hard to describe how good it is until you play against it, and you're like, oh, this is just a 2-mana, 8/8, and if they delve another one next turn, it actually becomes like a 12/12 or some nonsense, and it's just like, well, that's kind of out of bounds. It also combos well with this because you kind of just do aggressively mill pretty often, like to do the thing, unless you're looking for something very specific, obviously. A few other notes. Notice there's 22 lands. That's actually a really high land count for Legacy. But
it's incredibly high, yeah.
But
I figure it's because you have the sagas, right?
Yeah, Saga kills itself. And second, I think having Wasteland to be able to kill opposing sagas, like this isn't like try to like waste some stifle them deck. This is just more of a utility land in the deck,
Yeah, I mean, even I actually preferred playing the Canadian Threshold decks without stifle,
right?
Because Yeah, like I like just having like Wasteland was I felt was enough plus days and spell pierce because I think Stifle was really a holdover in a lot of ways from before Delver, before there were really that many good 1 mana threats. When Nimble Mongoose is your 1 mana threat, you don't need to play it turn one. Playing it turn 6 or whatever is good. But when Delver's your threat, you really do want to get it out as soon as possible. And I think it's the same with Channeler and Ragavan, that you do really want to. They're so much better on turn one than they are later.
Yep. So that's what's going on here. Another thing is, it's been a point of debate whether you should play basics or not in this type of deck. And the thing I've pointed out to multiple people is if you go dual land Saga on turn 2 and they just waste your duel, you basically get fucked, like turbo fucked. Because that's basically equivalent to wastelanding both of the lands then, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean it is awkward sometimes to draw a mountain specifically because mountain doesn't cast daze, but I think it's worth the risk. And the number of colored sources you have in the deck is actually fairly high because you play such a high land count. There's actually 15. No. Let's see. Subtract 7. Yeah, there are 15 blue sources.
Yeah, like I mean, one thing back with Teamer Delver Canadian Threshold days, I who played Basic Island in that deck, I thought we were doing it wrong because I think then it increased your chances of getting mana screwed because first of all you're a color deck, and then actually like having one basic meant that when you found that like you wouldn't have your other colors, right? It's not like you would play a Taiga, which also some people played and was terrible. But here, when you're two colors, I think you can definitely afford to play basics. And with Saga and with higher land count, it just makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so the actual straight blue-red Delver deck, quote-unquote, it plays Zero Saga and actually plays Steam Vents instead of the basics, and I actually do believe that's correct, which is kind of funny to say. If you could play 6 Volcanics, you would obviously just do that instead. But the reason I think it's correct in that deck is because since you don't play Saga, it's actually really debilitating to just draw a random mountain or something that doesn't let you cast both Ragavan and Daze on the first turn.
But could you just play more fetch lands?
You can, but then sometimes you run into weird situations where like maniacs want to surgical your Volk and shit like that. So like,
I mean, certainly especially the first copy of Steam Vent seems
sure.
Well, yeah. After that, yeah, I mean, I guess I can see too, but it's
So the actual issue is, I think a lot of times when we play with Dragon Race Channeler and you accidentally mill a Volk, it's actually easy to run out of like actual fetchable lands in the deck. It's actually it sounds stupid, but when you play a long game and you've milled lands from your deck and then you realize you have nothing left to fetch, it's actually really, really bad.
Yeah, and if maybe they hit you with a Ragavan, they wasteland you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see it.
Well, that being said, I think we've talked enough about the deck. I think most people have seen these cards before, and if you haven't, well, you can just be along for the ride, you know.
You play this deck a fair bit, haven't you? It's the shell in some ways similar to the modern deck, right?
I actually did not really enjoy the modern deck. I thought it was like overrated for how much it's played, to be quite fair, but that's a completely different story. I have played off and on with versions of this deck. I played like Jeskai, you can see that. I played Saga lands because Saga's incredible in lands. That's a completely separate story, but Saga subsidizes like a lot of weird shit like Painter. Like it actually makes Painter so much better because you only have to play 2 of this stupid card instead of like 4.
Which is obviously the worst card.
Yeah, it's the worst card, but then like you basically have enough copies that you can just play like 2 of that, and then your plan B is like actually much better now, you know, which is just
Ragavan seems great in that deck too.
Yeah, and iterations obviously.
Play like LEDs and try and.
We decided not to do that. LED is like kind of a bad card. The only time you want LED
I mean, I'm saying you get to play like a real game plan instead. Mm-hmm. Where when it used to be that you would go like you were hoping to buys people with LED.
Yep. Anyways,
and soul lands and stuff.
Let's see. Let's find the legacy.
Like the famous game where Jacob Wilson and I defeated our opponent with ultimating Tybalt G, and then well, not ultimating, but I guess the middle ability, and then Hidetsuga's second right. That was against Painter Servant.
That was against Painter Servant?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you two were such trolls.
It was good times.
Yeah. So another funny thing is, I didn't point this out. There are actually 4 wastelands, because there are times where you just want to go down on sagas and up on wastelands. In the 75, there are 2 more wastelands. Oh, this is a nice sample hand.
Ooh, yeah. This has always been the annoying hands with these Delver decks. Usually though, it would be like 2 wastelands historically.
All right, this is perfectly fine. Opponent's going to 5, but that kind of makes me feel like fast combo. But like, I think on 6, you're probably pressed into this. And obviously, Bloodsign is worse than Scalding Tarn because you literally have basics that these can go fetch. So
On the play, I kept a no land hand playing for my top 8 life at Grand Prix once with the Delver deck. It had Jataxian probes though in it, multiple, and it was already a mull to 5. I managed to get there. Ooh.
So for Savannah Zenith, that could mean a bunch of, it could be elves, it could be, something else, like a Maverick style deck or something.
What is the Savannah for in elves?
They sometimes have Source of Plowshares and Prismatic Ending in their sideboard nowadays. And then they sometimes have the 4 green white weird 4/5 that like blocks out a spell type. You've probably never seen this card, if I had to guess.
No, I have not.
So I'm debating if I want to get Volcanic or not, essentially. But I do want to kill this.
So you're thinking about Volcanic or Mountain?
Yeah. I think I'm probably supposed to just get Volcanic because I
think Volcanic.
Yeah.
You have that. You have Brainstorm.
Yep.
I like getting Volcanic. I mean, if you had a Saga in hand, then I'd see the appeal of Mountain more. But
yeah.
If you just get Wasteland, it's not that bad for you, right? Unless they also play Noble Hierarchy.
So Chad is correct. This could also be white-green Dark Depths, which is like a thing that occasionally happens.
Oh, Archon of Valor's Reach, Chad.
This is like kind of awkward, but I kind of just don't want. Well, there's like a huge issue if you don't force it that your hand becomes really clunky, right?
Yeah. Also, one thing they do have Caracas, which like makes it harder for you to be able to kill it later.
So I think I'm gonna force it. Pitching Regent is my instinct, right?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure forcing is correct. The card that you want to pitch though is the more interesting to me because Regent, you have at least 4 cards in your graveyard. You're like 1 man off from playing it. I guess also Brainstorm Channeler is kind of nice. So
yeah. The other thing is I'm not worried about finding threats. Remember, our deck is more threat dense because of Urza Saga. So like that's
true.
I think if yours was.
I am a little reminded though of the Family Guy episode where it's like you can have a boat or you can have what's in the mystery box. It's like mystery box could be anything. It could be even a boat. Which we wanted one of those. I kind of feel like that a little bit with this Brainstorm. That's nice.
I'm not fetching first. I was. Ooh. I think I should just mill that, right?
I think so. The second one isn't actually doing you that much good here. You have enough selection with Channeler, I think, right?
Yep. That's actually a really good draw.
So you can fire off Brainstorm here?
Yeah. I think I just want to well, actually.
Your opponent has 1 card in hand. I kind of don't hate keeping it.
Sure. I think that's fine.
If they had 2 cards in hand, I would get rid of it. But.
All right. This is kind of interesting now.
It is.
So could put Force Saga back, fetch for Volk Ponder, and just try to because the Saga because of the Wasteland makes me
it's much lower value because of the Wasteland.
I don't really want to cast Force again, I think.
So what does the Foundry do again? It's just like A2 make a token,
Yeah.
A1 sack a token, make a Thopter.
Oh, so what I could do is just put these two back and just fetch and play Ponder. And if they waste me and I find another land, then this actually is going to be good, right?
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm going to do that.
I think I'm in for that.
Also, if we find a creature we want to surveil away, we get Delirium as well, which is kind of nice. Because then, like, obviously, it's a lot harder, faster. This one's bad versus Caracas, so I do not want it. Okay. This is not terrible, actually.
Yeah, I kind of like it. So what do? We keep days Saga Bolt and we draw the days.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I'm trying to. Let's see. So I'll draw days, then I'll draw. I can even put the Saga on the bottom, right?
Well, if one of your volcanic gets wastelanded, then you don't get to use the like. Are we playing Saga here from your hand?
Well, I can't. I've already dazed, right?
Okay, you already put a land this turn.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so yeah, then you can put Saga third.
But it's probably like, why are they taking so long to think? The problem is like, I think this deck has so many decisions, especially with the surveils now, that it like there are so many things you can do, and you're not sure if you're right or not a lot of the time, which is kind of funny to say, right?
Yeah, it is interesting. Well, the more decisions you have, the more interesting it is, but also the more likely that you're going to make a mistake of some kind.
All right, that doesn't really matter.
Glad we didn't keep the retrofitter thingy that makes expensive 1/1s.
Yeah, that card is actually pretty good, but it's not really designed for this matchup. Especially now that I've seen a collector oof. It's more for the decks that like try to plow all of your threats and shit like that, you know. Namely like miracle style decks, you know. I just play this in attack and say go and see what they do.
I agree. I do not feel the urge to kill the oof. On the other hand, if they wasteland your volcanic, I would lightning bolt them and daze it.
Yep, and then pay. Yep.
Yeah,
it's a classic play. I'm sure you've made this. It's called Force of Willing a Wasteland. It is how I put it.
Okay. That's result.
Well, no.
Oh, you want to daze it so that you can.
Well, that's so awkward then, right? Then we don't get.
No, you don't care though. Aren't you just sagaing anyways?
Well, what's that?
You're just going to use your make.
Yeah,
Saga.
Exactly. So I should just let this go, right?
Yeah. The question is like, you could bolt their face here and end step.
I see, because our lands are like temporary anyways.
Yeah, and we're using all our mana. And we have a flyer, and the fact that she has a turn off the clock. Like I don't really care about their creatures, right? So.
Yep.
Obviously, we keep keep that.
Unfortunately, I do not have a Pirate Spellbomb in my deck, but there's enough
things. Aether Spellbomb, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit worse. Well, actually, neither of them do
anything.
Yeah, but... so I guess what I'm... This is when getting, like... Let's see, what would actually be a good card in this situation? I guess there's, like... Pithing Needle would be good, funnily enough.
Yeah, for Caracas.
Yeah. I think there's okay, so they're gonna block and bounce because our thing's gonna be a 3/3 on the next iteration.
Yeah.
Look at how good this card is. It's so insane.
Are we getting plowed?
Sure, whatever. That I don't think that actually matters that much.
No. Ooh.
Alright. So you respond to this trigger to make another one. And then we go get any artifact in our deck. It doesn't really matter which one, I think. So there's an outside scenario where we want to cheer this one up later to pump our Murktide by 1. So you're supposed to leave that in the deck. The other ones are like kind of identical because we're not
Yeah, I was just wondering. I guess they don't have any graveyard stuff to want it because you get to exile one card right away,
Yeah,
right?
but none of these cards like
Matter.
yeah. Oh, actually, it might matter versus exactly Remunite Excavator, so maybe that actually is correct.
Yeah, so I would get rid
Okay.
of Wasteland, right?
Yep. Because that would actually be a way that we could like get buried. No.
We do have days, but so,
It's hard to daze with this.
well, they're gonna bounce this, right?
Oh, sure. Actually, they might not this.
If they don't, then all the better. But
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this was just a low resource game for them, so our saga was like basically just good enough, right?
yeah,
Dazing that does nothing, right?
right. So here, do we? Yeah, we float one. I guess are we gonna bolt the oof? Guess we doesn't. No. The problem is, of course, that like, yeah, get spell bomb,
Yeah.
bolt the, and
then they have to block bounce, and then
yeah, they go to 2. Like, it just seems very good.
Hex Parasite to keep sagas alive. Yeah, I've seen people do that. I don't think that's good. Like, obviously, that's just like, I think that's literally the epitome of win more, you know?
Yeah, seems pretty win more.
All right, well, Saga defeated our opponent real hard.
Yeah. To be fair, basically any threat we had, though, kind of would have done it, right?
Murktide would have been not very good because we couldn't actually cast it. But
well, because we had sagas as our lands or whatever. But we like chose to keep our sagas. You know, we made decisions. So we submerge. Nice.
Torpor Orb's okay, but not like the most insane. Like, it's good versus like Night of Autumn and shit like that. I'm not sure if I actually want it or not. Cage is
I don't love it. I don't love Torpor Orb yet. Cage
is fine versus Zenith, and I think you can shave one boundary for it essentially, and it's like kind of a free roll, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, Wastelands and Caracas are interesting. What do they have besides Thalia?
Knight of the Reliquary, probably not.
Yeah, I mean
legend.
Yeah.
I actually think our Ragavans are not that great for some because I think they play like they have a lot of blockers. First off, second off,
do we want Needle? Do we want Needle in our deck?
Yeah, I think we do. I think I'm gonna shave like a few rags on the draw. Maybe 1, maybe 2. I don't think we want Null Rod because that shuts off Earth.
Yeah, I don't like Null Rod.
But I think having 3 Ragavans, shaving one of them is just completely fine to do. Maybe I actually even would shave a second one for Caracas.
All right, I'm down with that.
And it might seem crazy to some people to leave in Forceful, but I talked to other people about this. I think an easy way to win versus decks is to like Forceful a Source of Flashers on your Regent, just like 2-shot them.
Yeah, but I also just find that a lot of their threats are not actually that threatening, right?
Right.
And so counter we counter the Knight of the Reliquary. If that stuck, we'd be in trouble. But they have an oof or whatever. Who cares, right? That's kind of how I feel. So the like, even though normally you think of like combo decks, right, is where you want Force. Well, they're kind of a combo deck in that like they're trying to piece together a bunch of disruptive elements along with like one big finisher card, and kind of if you can fight the one piece that like puts it all together, you can come out ahead because your individual card is better now.
Ugh.
It's embarrassing in a hand like this, but this hand actually doesn't look that bad to me.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
On Basic Island, you can bolt the first play, find Basic Island, then start sagaing.
Well, I think if I have to bolt, I should just. Well, I guess I don't have to, but. All
right, beautiful.
All right. Yeah, Tarn go obviously. Actually, maybe I should just play the spell bomb.
I would just play the spell bomb, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Basic Island, snow covered island.
So I have seen a screenshot. It was specifically with Edgar Magias, where he had hit his opponent with Darkman, gotten a collateral, and all of his basics were non-snow, so he could not trade with the Tarmogoyf or some like shit like that, and he's like, yeah, there's nothing I could have done about this. Literally nothing.
Coatl. So Coatl gets death touch if you have enough snow permanents, but
Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah,
sure which way it was.
yeah.
But always death touch and draws a card if you have enough. It makes sense to draw a card first, so you can play it early and then later death touch. All right.
I think that's.
Yeah, I think that's worth dazing, right?
It's going to be an issue long term, I think. Even though it slows down our development, but I think if they have Sylvan and we don't daze, that's actually.
Oh, don't play the island though. Don't we want to play the mountain here?
Yeah, now we do.
Like if they play like neither reliquary off a non-fetch land or whatever.
Yep.
Or just really almost anything they play, we just want to bolt.
Kind of wonder if we want to cycle the spell bomb actually.
I think depending on what our opponent does, we might. Okay, what is that?
Oh, it's just a Kozali Pride Mage, which means.
Okay. Yeah, I think we want to draw a card.
Yeah. I think what I also might want to do is on my turn just bolt it before playing my Saga. Or actually, I might just play an Island now instead. Okay, actually, I just want... Island go, I think. Island go, right?
So it's going to transform. When it transformed, it's 3/3?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Island go. Let it... Why go? Why are we not bolting it?
Yeah, I guess it's identical, and especially if they have multiples of these, then being night.
Exactly. Then why give them a nighttime already for free? That's my thought process.
Yep. You're right.
Feels like we're going to bolt it anyways.
Next turn, we're going to go iterating, looking for a land to try to play a big Murktide.
Like why is the daylight thing on our side of the table? I don't get that,
dude.
Who made it daylight?
Dude, I don't. That one you do not want me to answer, please. I refuse. No one controls the day or night. That is true. Kind of awkward. We have to play a land into Wasteland, but whatever. It's still a free card, right?
Yeah, we put Brainstorm in the hand.
Yeah.
Ruckus in the deck. Volcanic Island to play. We cast Ponder?
Oh shoot! Yeah, I was supposed to. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. No, I'm probably supposed to because just finding another blue-red land is just such high upside, right?
Yeah.
Iteration's kind of tempting, but I think I probably don't even want that. I think that's just like a little bit too much wheel spinning.
I think that's maybe two. I don't know. We have double force, so we can like dirtle for a while, right?
They have three cards.
Threatening that going on, or they would have played it presumably. Like what their hand feels like, it's probably a bunch of plows right now. So.
Oh, I see. So just maybe trying to grind past a bunch of plows with iteration might be the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm down for it.
Yeah, we're drawing Wasteland, right?
I hope so.
That's the one I want more than Third Saga, but
I mean, fair.
It doesn't seem like a problem.
Well, so the only thing it does that's relevant is it means
Murktide, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that actually matters very much, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Like we have so many sagas here, right? Aren't we gonna?
Mm-hmm. Do you think they'll waste us?
Depends. If they have a 2-drop, which it looks like they might, then they're not going to. But Mom,
I think I have to force that one. Actually,
that one, yeah, and pitch the Murktide, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So actually, I guess it depends on what they do, but they're probably gonna waste us, and I can just iteration into whichever land. Like I actually don't want the wasteland in that spot then, if that makes sense, because I'd rather iterate into the wasteland and play it off of it, right?
Yeah, because now we can waste their waste.
So I actually didn't say it very well, but I was sort of thinking about that, but I couldn't explain it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So days into hand, bottom the
like I thought wasting. We didn't know that they would be able to waste their waste, and I kind of just wanted to play a saga off of the iteration. Because sure, they kill or just play another one next turn.
Right. So days, bottom, exile, and I think we do have to waste the waste this turn.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
And then hope to draw. Please rent about day or night. Well, the mechanic doesn't work with the old werewolves, and I think that's really horrible.
Oh, it's terrible. It's ooh. Wait.
Wait, what?
Well, I'm just thinking like, it's interesting because I'm consider forcing just because the land drop is important, right? Isn't it? I guess no, it's not.
No, because you get back to the number of lands.
Yeah, we get it back.
Yeah. Daze is really, really, really good.
Yes.
That Daze is not as good, but actually is the pitch card.
It's just going to be a blue card for the force.
I think I'm pricing to playing Saga this turn now, though.
I completely agree. Yeah.
I do wish that this was like an island right now, but whatever. Can't have everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, we cast lightning bolt off of it, and it didn't get wastelanded. So, how much more can you ask for?
Well, I think we might have too many sagas if there's.
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to be
Urza Saga. So yeah, day and night. It is terrible. They don't work with. They're also just different from.
Yep.
Werewolves, right?
They are.
Just previous werewolves would flip, like cared about spells in general being cast.
So this one I think I don't actually care about because we're gonna just make only.
Yeah, you're making infinite artifacts, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's kind of funny. Giver of Runes would actually be better here, except obviously it can't protect itself. But I'm
it would be better against us though.
Yeah, I'm always on the lookout for that because I think it's really funny that happens. Also, I think I should just go get I could also just go get Pithing Needle, actually, which actually sort of makes sense, right?
Yeah, for Mom?
Yeah. In case if I do draw, Lightning Bolt or Submerge.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I could also get Grafdigger's Cage, which cuts off all Green Sun's units. But I think that's just like so mana intensive for them that it's not going to matter, right?
It's not that mana intensive. Do we actually need to shut down the Mom, or can we shut down the Mom with the next Saga?
It will take a few more turns. Okay, I guess that's.
But by the time it actually matters for us.
So then I should get Cage then, probably.
Yeah, I think just get Cage.
Yeah.
Try and close the door on them. Give them fewer things that they can draw.
I mean, we'll be at 2 after this attack because I don't particularly want to double block.
So then attack, right?
Yeah. I think blocking just leads to a lot of issues if they just have 2 removal spells in hand. You just get kind of punked where you don't really need to, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to block next turn though, but
yeah, of course. I mean, once it's a 4/4, that's not a question, right?
Well, the thing is, I expect we get plowed, and then our creatures get smaller.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought it was a day. They played this, so it made a day, and then it became night. Who knows what time it is, right? No one actually knows. That's actually a good draw.
That's actually good.
Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. I think
should just... do we play...
What?
I'm wondering whether you play Wasteland or just play the other Saga. I don't think... The thing is, I would play the other Saga because obviously we miss making one guy off of it, but we get it going faster, and I think that's more important here. Because we still have yet another one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think... It looks super goofy because obviously you're spewing value, but I don't think that actually matters here, right?
We have enough value. It's here. It's basically this turn and the next turn. If we survive,
we'll be an overwhelming advantage, right?
Yeah.
So I would put it. Do you even attack? I think you just want to triple block that thing. Right?
Yeah, I want to triple block for sure. Because it seems almost for sure that they have a plow, but this way they have to have 2 plows.
And then we can well, they didn't crack Canopy, they didn't play anything? What does that mean?
Well, they definitely have plows, I think. Oh, let's see. I mean, I hope they just...
I think this one I should not force, personally, by this point.
I think at this point, the cards that matter are the things you're going to force.
I think Force of Vigor is the most important card to Force of Will at this point, to be fair.
Yeah,
The double
that is true.
Rack and Ruin, that is... It's like Force of Will, except a lot more broken. Okay, I mean... So... Let's be careful. So this one's on the stack.
You could add a mana if you want, or you can just do it. I would just do it, I think, but...
So,
Yeah.
one thing you can also do is you can actually brainstorm with this on the stack, and it's a free shuffle. I'm thinking about that.
That's interesting.
I think it's probably not worth it, if I had to guess. I think it's better to just like have
Like, our cards are all actually kind of good.
Yeah.
Like, not super good, but kind of good. So
The second days is the worst card, I think. But I think this is just
Yeah.
better. And
we'll get a shuffle next turn anyways. So now we get Needle, right? Or
so you want to needle Mother of Runes, just in case?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we could Needle Horizon Canopy too. But I think that
I think that is just fancy.
Sylvan Library. Yeah, with the Sylvan Library, I think if they didn't have the Sylvan Library, then maybe it's something to consider. But
I think I just play another one of these and attack with one, maybe two. Attack with
well, now you have the Spell Bomb, right?
Yeah.
You could attack with. You can even attack with all three. What are they going to do? Plow you and like you gain 1,000,000 life, right?
And if I attack with three of them.
Yeah, you're putting them in a pretty tough spot here.
Okay, so then they have to block one. We can block one. Force a plow. Yeah, actually, this is really good, I think.
It seems really good to me, but and like also the less life they have, right? The worse their library is. But yeah, I feel personally, even though I'm not someone involved, you didn't give a sufficient rant about day night. I need to hear.
Okay. Well, is it nighttime or is it daytime? I have to check my window.
It's 8 p.m. I think that qualifies as night.
And MTGO agrees it's nighttime. I don't know. I kind of think it's like a kludgy. I think it was designed for new players, clearly. But
yeah.
I kind of hate that, like, it's just really kludgy with the old ones, and they said they're not planning on fixing it because it's, like, too much.
I got you, Zay Turchin. Don't worry. Ooh, good day, Final Nub. Good day. Yeah, I mean, I remember the original Werewolves that, like, even an experienced player, I sometimes missed when they were supposed to flip, right?
Oh, and, yeah.
And, like, day night is definitely a way easier thing, especially when there's a physical thing there tracking it. Like, that'll remember. And the fact that it's only, like, your spell, like, the spells on the person's turn that they cast also makes it easier. But it is really weird that things come in pre-flipped, whether it's day or night or whatever. It's fine. And compared to original Werewolves, like having to track both at the same time just seems miserable to me.
Yeah, there are definitely downsides.
Spell, then I cast one, then you know. All right, here's the plow.
Do I even care? Like, I think I just let it go.
I mean, I'm fine with this. We gained 7 life. Like, I don't see how we can possibly lose at that point.
Yeah.
Their mom's gonna be dead. Like, okay, cool. We only have a 6/6 to block.
Only. Have you played a bunch of limited of this format? Or
I've done precisely 2 drafts.
Nice.
And my record is 5-1.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It was 5-0, but then I lost the finals of the second draft, which tilted me. I wanted to go out perfect record. But
was this IRL or on the client?
On Arena? On Arena. I have not played IRL Magic since the pandemic.
Fair enough.
Unlike you, I see you enjoying some battles, but
yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to do it if you know the people are safe and they've been taking precautions, and it's kind of nice to just talk to people once in a while IRL.
Yeah, I've hung out with some friends IRL. Just
yeah.
Been playing Magic. We've been playing Gloomhaven actually.
Oh, sick! I think there are a bunch of Gloomhaven fans in the chat as well. I've never personally played it, but I've heard very good things about it. So
yeah, it's fun. No spoilers, please, because not.
Oh well, I don't know anything. About
yeah.
It, so.
I'm referring to your chat, obviously.
Oh sure. All right, let's see what's going on here. I don't know. It looks like we've kind of defeated our opponent just off the back of our lands, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, especially considering that we managed to get through double wasteland, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like a lot of people just like aggro wasteland. I kind of think, given how I've seen things play out, oh, what
Ooh,
does this do?
this gets rid of construct token. Does it also make it obvious which construct token is being chosen?
Yes, yeah, it'll have Pluto.
Okay.
Oh, they cast CJ and conceded. I'm just like, I'm looking at this. I'm like, do I even care? I don't think it actually does anything meaningful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, I don't think it does either. I mean, it buys a turn of life, basically, right?
Right. Okay.
All right. Great work, Jarvis. You did it.
Let's shill for the
Magnificent
donation again.
beast. We got donation?
No, I'm just shilling for people to donate because you know
They should open a chest to incentivize them, show them the juicy.
All right. Just for you. I normally wouldn't do this, but it's
well, you did get
right?
one donation earlier, didn't you?
Oh, I did. True, I did. Oh, Age of Treacherous. Oh my god.
That card was banned. They had to ban that card.
Oh, we got a gifted sub instead from Unbanned Mental Misstep, which, given the username, I would not advise that advice for a lot of reasons, but that person's a good person, so you know.
Maybe unbanning it mental misstep in modern would be good though. What do you think, Jarvis?
I don't think I think that's also bad for different reasons, but
well, I think I don't know, it would solve the Ragavan problem, right?
No, it wouldn't. Because it just introduces more variants to the Ragavan
problem,
right?
It's terrible. I'm so surprised they ever printed that. Like, so many of the Phyrexian mana cards are very debatable, but like, one is just, what is going on? Why? Like, at what point do you think it's like, oh yeah, I'll pay 2 life, get out of there?
1 sec. I'm gonna get more water, so entertain the chat.
Oh, did someone pay you to hydrate?
No, but I don't want to get sick, man. One good way not to get sick is to drink a lot of water.
Yeah, you charge too much for it. 2,000 for hydration time.
True. All right, but I'll be right back. Entertain the chat.
All right, chat. I will have to entertain you. By saying nothing. It's just sitting here quietly. So let's look at this trophy leaderboard. I don't know any of these names, but maybe I should. Lord Beerus looks somewhat like a name. Ooh, can I sing a song? Ooh, I guess I can. Ooh, wow, $50 donation from 4Enia. Wow, thank you so much. Any cool quick story from my career? I've a lot of stories, some of which I can tell in a public stream. But what's a good one? I mean, for my first ever Pro Tour was the first modern Pro Tour, Philadelphia 2011. So basically, as of now, it's been 10 years since my first Pro Tour. So if Hall of Fame still exists, I'd be eligible. But so at that tournament, I did not do particularly well. But a friend of mine who I was testing with did really well in the PTQ there. They came second place. And they lost to someone they described as that guy who always wins those PTQs. I would later find out that random guy that was Jarvis.
Wait, what did you say about me?
Oh, that you won the PTQ at PT Philly 2011.
Oh yeah, my deck, my sealed deck, I got to play 5 of my 6 rares, which is always a good start.
That is usually pretty good.
And one of them was Gideon Jura.
If they're lands, it might not be so good.
One of them was Gideon Jura, and that card was really messed up and limited. Like,
I played Splinter Twin in Philly, though we splashed for green for Ancient Grudge and sideboard Tarmogoyf, which was okay, but I think it turned out that Blood Moon was probably better. Though I guess like against the Zoo decks, which the Goyf plan was better because it was nice to do it. But it didn't work out particularly well for me. I guess I did okay. I mean, I think I went 3-2 in constructed, and I went 1-2 in limited, and then that was 4-4, which then didn't day two. You had to go 5-3.
So I have some stories about that tournament. I actually worked a lot on Splendor Twin, even though wasn't qualified. I determined very quickly that Bloodman was extremely good in the format because like the best deck was Cloudpost first off. So like that was a limiting
Was
factor.
it really though? Was it really?
No,
I thought
so going into the PT, all of the people who didn't test enough thought the best deck was Cloudpost. I'm just like, I want a combo deck that can interact with other combo decks, but also that can beat Cloudpost consistently. And I thought Splinter Twin was actually the best one to do that with, you know?
Yeah, Splinter Twin was great as being like a combo deck that was good against the other combo decks. You could play the most disruption. Your like combo didn't take as many pieces. You know, if you played Storm, for example, pretty much your whole deck was just like, you know, ways to make the combo get going, right? Even cantrips and mana and, you know, combo pieces. Whereas with Splitter Twin, you had Exarch, you know, you had Kiki Jiki and Pestermite, but like those could be disruptive against something like Cloudpost too. Tapping their lands was a big deal. And also the fact that you just could play like Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, Remand, disrupting Shoal.
Well, Shoal was not very good, but also let's not talk about the Pact Negation that ended up when Astraeus made it. That card was horrific. It was like quite bad. The only matchup it was actually good in was the mirror match, and that's like kind of funny to say, but it wasn't really good anywhere else, which is...
Pact Negation, I think, was terrible in Twin, but...
Yeah.
Way more sense in a deck that actually just kills you, but...
You mean Sam Black?
Sean McLaren, I have met Sean McLaren. I've actually been on a Canadian national team with him twice. That pleasure.
So...
yeah.
Yeah. We got this ruin.
You missed a $50 donation.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna open a few chests because of that. We got a Ruin Grinder. I don't think you've ever seen this card before. I think it looks like a commander card.
Good guess. I have not. Menace when it dies, each player may discard their hand.
What a card! What a weird card. It has mountain cycling as well.
It's a 7/4.
And I'm sure you remember this one from Guilds of Ravnica draft.
That one I'm familiar with.
It was pretty good in Guild's draft. It just like kind of beat your opponent.
It was good.
With Mentor,
I mean, it was very good
sure.
with putting. Yeah, you mentored onto that, right, and then made it like a 3/3, and then they could never win. Something like that.
Someone in chat said, "Someone in Vintage has been welding that card in and out of play." Oh, that's like something you can technically do. It doesn't sound very good, but. Alright, we got Inscription of Ruin and Pride of the Clouds, both of which were like pretty good in their limited formats, but not noteworthy in constructed, I would say.
Pride of the Clouds, I remember that at least there was a deck that played in construction.
Yeah, it wasn't good, but you know that.
No, it wasn't good, but
yeah.
But back then, a lot of like, right now it feels like you really have to play like the top tier deck. And it felt like the tier 2 and 3 decks were playable. Like you could go in a tournament and you like obviously you were still handicapping yourself to an extent, but you still could like win the tournament even playing a subpar deck because of the value of like doing something different. Now it's like the cards are just so powerful. It's like, look, I played Nissa or Ragavan or whatever, and it doesn't matter that you're dodging something, you know, you're just dead.
So I don't know if this fits in your personality. So how do you feel about like Doomsday as a card?
I've played Doomsday at a Legacy Grand Prix once. Did you know that, Jarvis?
I didn't.
Where I was eliminated playing for day 2 against one Magic player who was temporarily in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
That would be Tomohiro Saito.
No.
Oh wait, Yuya Watanabe.
Third time's the charm, I guess.
Oh no! Do I not remember? Hold on. Oh, I know who it is. It's Redacted. That's his actual...
someone who enjoyed peaches, let's say.
Yeah, it's Redacted. We call him Redacted in this channel for some reason.
Redacted?
Yeah, Ari and I talked about...
He who shall not be named.
Yeah, Ari and I had a good discussion about how he made Steve Sadin perform his flash combo in the Swiss, and Steve didn't know how his deck worked, and then Steve got to rematch versus him in the finals and then knew how his deck worked. Which is really funny.
I remember hearing that.
That's a classic Redacted story. Also, a
There's
classic Steve Saden story, to be quite fair. I think it's pretty awful, actually, but I don't know about you.
I mean, Retrofitter Foundry makes 1/1s for 2 mana. This hand doesn't seem up to my speed. It doesn't have an early threat.
Yeah.
It has a daze, but it doesn't have any cantrips.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mulligan it. I think we can do better.
All
right, this is definitely better. This is definitely better.
And the Retrofitter Foundry can go back into her deck like that. It's my favorite part.
I'm always casting my spells, especially with Regent hand, obviously.
Yeah. I like these. I want to keep them.
Yeah, we can decide if we want the Saga or not next turn, essentially.
Well, do we get to decide?
Yeah, you could just play Ragavan instead.
Oh, okay. I was thinking we could dash Ragavan next turn.
Yeah, but we'll see if we actually want to play the Ragavan or not. Like we retain the option by doing it this way, right?
Right. One thing I was thinking about is playing around Thoughtseize, but I guess maybe Thoughtseize just isn't played very much.
Black cards are really bad in this format now, which is kind of funny.
I mean, I guess we also have Saga if we got Thoughtseeds, so.
I think I'm just gonna cast Rags and play Rags, so you go.
I like that. I mean, we don't really know what our opponent's doing yet with just blue fetch, I guess, but
if they're a Bant control deck, we definitely want to draw that Saga or something like that,
Yes, exactly. Or even pseudo mirror, we probably do, right?
I'll give you a hint. This feels like a matchup where I definitely want to draw Urza Saga.
Yeah. Pure black decks don't exist. Yeah, I mean, but if they're playing Storm, I still don't want them to take my Ragavan. I still want to get that in play. Keep going.
Fair enough. Yeah, I just play this as they go. This puts a lot of pressure on them, actually, because, like, I guess they could have something, like, stupid, like, B2B, but whatever.
I mean, you can daze that, right? I guess.
Yeah. Jesus, I really don't like my called shots sometimes, but whatever.
Ooh, this is an interesting thing. I don't know I think I might have just returned an island, but I don't know. Maybe that's crazy.
I think it is. Okay, so in this scenario, it would have worked out better, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's the reason, of course.
But do you think one construct beats them?
Well, it's one construct and you get another artifact, so it's a 2/2. Them, but like, what is the cost of returning Volcanic Island to your hand if they don't have? It's really low.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I really should have thought that through a little bit more. But my instinct is to daze, and I usually just play with my gut. But maybe I shouldn't have. So I could get Island and Mountain, but
yeah, I mean, you can. There's no hurry, right? I don't think we need operation.
It's actually, like, given the way our deck is constructed, it's not that bad because of Island.
Yeah, Island, Mountain is.
Oh, this is kind of brutal though, because like we didn't double days last turn, so they know we don't have days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like obviously it makes sense for them to slam.
We don't have Needle in our deck, right?
Not game one, no.
It's unfortunate. We have a second copy of Retrofitter's Foundry.
We do, which is obviously worse than Needle here.
I mean, I obviously have a very limited sample size of now 2 matches, but it's felt worse than Needle.
Why are they plussing on us? I guess maybe if you leave on top, we're just like incentivized to crack almost no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, we're cracking 100%, right?
Well, if they bottom, then we don't have to crack. Like, then we can take it.
Yeah. If they bottom, we don't have to crack. But from them, they should just top.
They
force us
to
crack.
Yeah. So I'll just get Island off this one.
Yeah. And unfortunate, but so what do we want? Foundry?
Probably, but I don't
Start pumping those 1/1s out.
Yeah, but isn't it just better to play iteration this turn? I think.
Yeah, I think I want to play iteration this turn
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Now that I think about it more and more, I think you're just absolutely correct. Ragavan's
Shuffle,
like
or we keep Ragavan.
no, it's not a shuffle.
Oh,
It's,
you're right. Never
yeah.
mind. So
Don't worry.
yeah, Ragavan in hand.
Many people have fucked this up by treating it like Ponder and actually shot themselves in the foot. Believe it or not.
Yeah. No.
All right.
I believe it. Yeah, Ragavan in the hand, Wasteland to exile. Basically,
Yeah.
seems.
Yep. You mean Lotus Petal Wasteland?
Whoa! We could also destroy our own land to give us more cards in our graveyard for Murktide region, and then it's
Yeah.
like a gives
True.
2 mana that way.
Not irrelevant, but not great as well. I think we're probably gonna slowly die. It might not even be that slow, to be fair, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that slow. I mean, we got the Foundry. Imagine if that Foundry was
So-
Needle.
So
Okay, it's gone anyways.
This is the reason we play 2 Foundry, because they're really
Yeah.
heavy on this card, and like the Needle would have suffered the same fate. So
Yes.
but you know,
Yeah, it likely would have. I mean, they wouldn't have gone to Brainstorm first, so maybe they wouldn't have had it. But yeah, I guess we got to fire off this iteration, right?
yep. Shout out to Tom Het, aka Negator77, for donating $77. It's on theme for him, you know.
Ooh, Negator 77, donating 77. I like that.
Yeah. This days doesn't do much, so I think I'm supposed to like put one of
It's
these.
not that bad because it does give you back at some point. It's gonna give you back that volcanic, right?
But what if I just put Volk in my hand bottom days?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
Again, I agree. I think Vulcan hand is
Yeah.
better.
We'll get one activation out of this, and we'll have to make a good one, right?
Yeah. I guess the plan is we're gonna next turn we'll play Ragavan and then activate Saga.
Yeah, this is like.
Oh, it's looking real bad here, but
I mean, I guess the question is, how many brainstorms does it take for Jeskai Control to beat us with? The answer might be a lot because their deck is just like very reactive. This can only get dual lands.
Yeah, really, blue fetch would have been significantly better.
So I think I just like feed the Volk to the. Well, I guess I just activate off these two.
You're just playing you're playing casting Ragavan here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have dashed, I guess, but
I don't think that's good because it forces like.
No, I agree. I don't think it's good either.
Yeah. I don't want to play this turn. I think I want to play that next.
You could play this turn.
Well, so am I just sacrificing all of these?
Well, you don't have to use the Saga here. You can use it in your upkeep, but I guess it's better to have a.
Well, I want the constructive pressure with that, right? So that's why I'm thinking that's why I don't want to play Foundry this turn, right?
Right. You sacrifice your Wasteland only. Yeah, I think that is better.
All right, we'll have a bunch of blasts post board, so this like should, and like this card's also pretty decent in the matchup, obviously, from what we've seen. I'm super low on Wasteland versus our opponent. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Goodbye, Rag. The third ending, though.
I would say that Ragavan did a good job, except it really didn't. It just like kind of died.
Yeah, I mean, it got nugged. Wow. All right. Lantern, yeah.
Yeah. They sometimes play Snapcaster Mage, is what I'm thinking.
So plow, right?
Yeah.
Plow?
Yep. Then I guess now I play out. Actually, how many plows have they used? One?
They've used one plow, yeah.
Should I just jam and like force them to bounce?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I don't hate it.
think I'm supposed to. Mostly because, like, and you have to make it a 5/5, which means you have to exile 2. So I should exile, like, I should exile 2 sorceries, I think, is the reality. In case if I draw, whatchamacallit, DRC.
Yeah,
Because
DRC.
this is enchantment land, this cheats. This is cheating. Oh, interesting. Okay. Guess I play this now.
Yeah.
Damn, I think you were right. Maybe having 1 construct might have been enough, actually. Because they were down to 1 card by that point.
Yeah, like, and of course, it would also just like have forced them to do things earlier, right? It's the tempo. But now you're just. I think you're Dobbs.
Well, so the hope is that they like flood out and I draw another bolt and just kill the Jace, and then like we try to do something. But obviously,
Yeah,
like,
and you use Foundry.
Yeah, it's
that's why. Bad. That's why when the iteration happened, I felt like we were dead. Before that, I thought, yeah, maybe. Mm-hmm. Okay, well that's. No! Oh my god!
Oh, no. Oh, you're right. Oh my god! What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. Autopilot is sometimes really bad because by default that's like generally correct, but here it's obviously not correct.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's really bad.
It's okay. It's okay, Jarvis. It's okay.
Great.
Island go.
Yep. Time to see if Foundry can actually beat them, right?
Yeah, it'd be very funny if it does.
I mean, I think it's a non-zero chance it actually beats them, to be fair.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Oh, ooh. Fuck. Yeah, I think the chances are basically 0 now.
I mean, we have the bolt, but we're not going to make a token right now, right? Yeah.
Prelims are noise? This isn't a prelim. This is a league, actually, Max, so GG.
Another red source. I mean, another blue source. Pop off the Soul Guide Lantern to draw a card here. Kind of like, because I think we Mountain Bolt. Mm-hmm. So I want to draw a card first.
All right, probably just bolt the Mentor and see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I expect to be dead.
Oh, I expect dead too.
I probably can concede with the second spell in the stack. If they like put another spell in the stack, I'm just gonna concede. Yeah. Obviously, because like it's actually impossible.
Yeah, another brainstorm's happening here.
All right, that's good enough. Okay, I really hope. Did I cut the Quarter Cunning? If I did, it's kind of problematic because this is like Quarter Cunning is actually unbeatable for that deck if you know what that card does.
I don't think I do.
So it's 1 blue will become the Monarch, which is already a good start because I'm sure you're familiar with that mechanic.
I am. Yes.
If during your upkeep, if you're the Monarch, you can choose any number of players, and that number of players mill 10 cards if you're the Monarch. Otherwise, they mill 2 cards.
Okay, yeah. Obviously, they can never beat that.
Yeah. I'm gonna cut Wasteland for some. I think it's actually really, really, really bad. And I'm gonna slide in all of these things, and I'm gonna cut Lightning Bolt, or I'm gonna shave on Lightning Bolt if that makes sense.
It does. We could probably shave on Aether Spellbomb too, right?
Yep. And this has 1 bolt in, but I can cut 1 more card. Should I just have 0 bolts? I kind of like having 1 to keep them honest.
I like 1.
So I don't really want to cut this because I think it's actually really good.
No, I think you want it versus them.
I don't want to cut any of the creatures.
Do you want Needle?
Oh yeah, I do. I mean, the thing about Needle is you have to be careful because you can't just
you can't rely on it, but it's but it's still, I think it's still good. Hydro Blast, because they're gonna have their own red blasts.
So Hydra is actually kind of a loose one, I think. So maybe I don't necessarily want that.
Maybe just keep 1. You can cut 1 at least. You still need to make one more cut.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I think maybe we should cut.
The last bolt.
Yeah, I kind of think Bolt is thin. Maybe they'll just play around it anyways by plussing their Jace.
Yeah, I mean,
It's kind of a classic dilemma if you play like suppose you play Jace and resolve it, and you plus to play around Bolt, and then you get Power Blasted on their turn.
I just
It's like not great.
I also just feel like with the way things are set up, they're not going to resolve Jace as often. You have a lot to fight Jace already, like force both forces, Daze, Pyroblast, Needle, and preemptively go on Jace.
Camlin 333 asks, "What's the best deck in Standard through the Ages?" I don't think Alex actually looked at the list, but my suspicion is Affinity, Callblade, or the Omnath ramp deck.
Yeah, I would guess Callblade, but I think I know they big Calcano's Delver deck.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice for many reasons.
If it was a different Delver deck, I think I would put Delver up.
If you just pick stock blue-white or mono-blue Delver from that era, it would have been much better than I think Calcano's deck, but whatever. I'm going to keep, but obviously, like, 3 regions is not ideal, but you have Brainstorm iteration. Like, it's
are you gonna fire off Brainstorm turn 1 here?
No. I mean, we can just play it patient, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't really want to cast Iteration on 2 either, which means then I can just cast the Brainstorm.
You could use all your cards for minimum value, though. Have you ever considered that?
I've considered it. It's generally not correct unless you're actually getting killed by, like, Tendrils of Agony or some shit,
Yeah.
In which case, it definitely is correct. Oh, that's actually...
I think Brainstorm's still better here, but...
Yeah. I think I should just say go, though, and see what they do. Because, like, if you do this, and then, I don't know. You can just...
I don't know. The advantage of Brainstorming is you can also ponder.
Okay, sure. Then I should just get Island off this, I think.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Okay.
That's pretty good, actually.
Pretty good. I like all of those. What are you topping here?
So I think I want to draw
Daze, then Saga, then Force.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking as well.
I doubt that they're really going to play anything here, anyways. But like this turn.
Yeah, but it's just nice to have the insurance policy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like there are lunatics that play counterbalance, is what I'll say.
I mean, you could have guessed kept Force, draw Force here, and then play Iteration instead. But
I see. Yeah. I mean, I could just play the land, say go, and see what they do, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Which is what I like.
I know you don't like to rush unless you have to.
Yeah. Take it slow.
Do not think dazing that is very good. I mean, obviously they have to redraw 2 cards, but it's not great. We got Gucci doing dishes with a Twitch Prime sub.
Ooh, thank you, Gucci. Thanks for supporting Jarvis.
Yeah.
Number one legacy streamer.
That's actually not true, but it's because I don't stream.
It is true in my art.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I think we want to cast Brainstorm because we really don't want to draw.
Our mana's going to get tied up. And
well, I'm very happy to just bottom 2 of these, to be quite fair.
Yeah.
Because I think one is good, but the others are not so good.
So what? Yeah, we're fetching.
I'm just getting Mountain, I think, because like B2B is so debilitating for me otherwise, right?
Right. Well, you're definitely finding a basic. You could find Island instead of Mountain. It's the only consideration.
But I have Iteration like after the Saga dies, right?
Yeah, Iteration and Pyroblast, I think, pulls enough into just wanting Mountain.
If I had a second Daze, it would be more interesting, I think. But
yeah, I agree. Just like talking through it. See? You find Island, Jarvis. Duh.
I mean, I have way more blue fetches than I do red fetches, actually.
Yeah, I know. Basically, last game we drew the only 2 red fetches at the end, I think. Right? One Arid, one black. I mean, not black leaf.
There's one Mesa, one Mire. I've actually been debating how many red fetches I'm supposed to play, but it is really nice to have access to basic Mountain versus, like, Delverish style decks, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Whenever you want Pyroblast, Basic Mountain is good. My opinion, at least. All right, something's happening. Stony Silence.
I do not care. I think this is actually a brick.
I'm like, all right, your opponent discarded a card and paid 2 mana.
I've seen this popping up.
I don't know Foundry, but it's just not good enough, I think.
Yeah. I've seen that popping up a lot. I think it's kind of like not actually very good in these matchups. Oh, this card versus Storm is like an A+ card though. For what it's worth.
Yeah, of course it's great against Storm. Also against Energy.
Wait, I did shuffle Western, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just redrew another region. I'm just like being paranoid.
No, did you shuffle? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I cracked the Tarn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's just variant bugs. But...
Okay, so do we find Needle here and name Scalding Tarn?
So I'm thinking about that. I don't actually think it's unreasonable, but I think it might be like not actually what you want, if that makes sense. But the problem is like Stony Silence means like all of the other ones are not that good either, right?
Yes. Oh, I think finding Needle is good. It's do you name Jace or name Scalding Tarn? I actually think Scalding Tarn here is good.
Because we have a clock on them?
We have a clock and we have days too. Like it makes our days.
Sure. Oh, so just wastelanding them is good. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like obviously the biggest downside is if we draw our own Tarn, but
yeah, that's true. We got a big raid from Vintage Streamer. I am actually level 1. I hope you had a good stream, buddy.
Ooh.
Justin, tell us what you were playing in Vintage. All right. Well, I'm not countering that.
No, but we did it though. We did it.
We dealt them 1 damage.
No, I mean, we traded with we forced them to use a prismatic ending, right? We wouldn't have done it if we found any other thing with. Our
opponent says awkward.
That's with Scalding Tarn ahead of them.
Yeah, they said awkward F6 versus the Needle. I see. Yeah, you really shouldn't do that because like this actually comes up a lot. But the Needle's played so much more because of this card.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it should be a main deck card in the Saga deck.
I think you were talking me into it. I think the Zoomers tricked me. The Zoomers are actually very good at cutting all the Sacred Cows from decks and just playing the better cards. But I think they might have tricked me on that one, if that makes sense. Because they're the young blood. They're the ones who don't care. They just want to win. So they just like optimize ruthlessly, you know?
Yeah, they have no respect. Those youngins.
No, they have plenty of respect. It's just is a different sort of respect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I cast a duration, I'll probably have to discard. So I should just ponder for a land drop.
Yeah, I like ponder here.
Okay. Ooh.
All right, I'm about this.
Yeah, the question is which do I want to play this turn?
Saga, I think.
Yeah. Then what do I put underneath that?
I think Bloodstone. I think Mire. I think we want Mire next turn, right?
Yeah, and just put the Brainstorm at the bottom, and if we get to that point, then we can draw it. But we actually have a lot of action as it is. Like it's not
exactly.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
We also can fetch away if like the land if we need to.
Mm-hmm. Look at how insane this card is. Like,
oh, it's
egregious.
Artifact-based deck, right? It just has sagas and it has like 3 or 4 artifacts, right?
Yeah. This card is also. I personally think this card's really good in Vintage. Other people disagree, and I'm just like, well, it is kind of dependent on what cards you want to play. Could just double days, right?
Could, but I kind of like forcing that. Like, how many non-red spells are you going to have that Force Pitch Regent?
Force Pitch Regent? Yeah, that's fair.
I feel they're going to fire back with probably Pyroblast you back, and then you can. Okay, no.
So do I still want to draw the land?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well. So I can also. What's underneath this? A Brainstorm?
Brainstorm, yeah.
So I could Iteration. I can always Brainstorm as a base case, but I probably don't even want to do that because.
No, I think you're just want to make a token, make it too, right? Play your land, make.
Well, do I want to main phase it because of Supreme Verdict?
I mean, maybe do they have supreme verdict against you? I get. Let's just see what the clock is. Like if you hit them for 4, the next turn make a token. If let's assume they kill 1 token, then your token they're at 7. Your tokens are going to be 3 3s.
No, there'll be 4 4s, right? Because you get an artifact.
Well, no, I'm assuming that they're going to kill 1 token. Oh, but you'll make there'll be 4 4s. Okay, so you don't need to make it main phase.
Yeah. Saga would be a lot more fun if you couldn't upkeep it. Yeah, I think what they didn't realize is you could just double activate. Because I think this card's a lot less egregious if you think that. Probably price and
I like days. I like floating and blue and dazing.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking.
Like I don't even know if daze a second time. I mean, I guess you do.
Well, the problem is if you don't, and they have exactly land cantrip, it's no longer lethal, right?
Land cantrip. I mean, I want to daze it anyways. It's not like land swords or whatever, but we're beating. Okay, you have the mana to do it. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Oh, okay.
What's that?
I would have an island again. I would have fetched because here, if they have force, you want to still activate Saga.
Oh, I see.
Pyroblast. I think won't matter. I think you'll win, but
oh no, you're right again. What I was thinking is the land is valuable for that, but I think the game won't even last that long.
Well, the game's over right now, so
we overkill them by so much, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Sandbox said they knew that about Saga. Okay, I mean, I guess I can believe it if Sam claims that they knew about it. Like, I don't think Sam would lie about that.
The card is significantly powerful if you can't do that, right?
All right. So the way they played, I don't really want Bolt versus them either. I think it's just like
kind of. I mean, it's good. It's reasonable if they're just jamming mentors, though, right?
But they didn't jam. They waited, right?
They didn't wait that much. They played it with like 1 mana open, right?
But what cards do you want to cut then? Like, I guess you could justify Soul Guide, but I suspect they have Snapcaster made.
I also don't mind it just as a cantrip. Like, obviously, I think the second Retrofitter Foundry, if they're Stony Silencing, is worse. But we're probably reconsidering Stony Silence. I'm just a little worried because the way our deck is constructed right now, we are a little soft to Mentor.
Okay, so I'll have 1 Bolton. I might just not have the Hydroblast and just have a second Bolton, actually.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, actually. That's good.
And sometimes Bolt is like randomly good because you like get aggressive with DRC and then you finish them. You know. I'm sure if you've stolen many games, be like, oh, you're at 9. All right, here's 3 lightning bolts. Are you dead?
Oh, I've beaten Emrakul by like just bolt you a bunch, like a just attack.
Oh, have you ever stifled a Gristlebrand activation and then they left themselves dead?
No, I haven't stifled a Gristlebrand activation, but I have like dismembered a Gristlebrand after it blocked enough life so that they can survive.
That's really nice. Obviously, this hand's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I actually want to play it off this.
Yeah, of course.
Because then I can fetch 2 islands. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. I mean,
I expected to get killed.
I expected it to die as well.
But if it doesn't, then like they're in a world of trouble if it's not dead.
Yeah. Okay, so they've plowed and not sorcery. Ooh. Yeah, just play land and attack. I mean,
if they have it, they have it.
Oh, they almost certainly have it, but I guess
no. Oh.
Oof! This is not gonna go well.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Do I do it? Our opponent's saying, "Oh no." Do I do it, chat?
Yeah, of course you do.
Of course I do.
Wait, Jarvis, wait.
What?
We need a donation here, though, guys. Come on.
Oh, we need a donation for this whole breacher.
For this hall breacher. Yeah. Somebody should we should pledge for each treasure that it gets, or whatever that you have. You have to. We get $50 for cancer.
I mean, yeah. Fucking windmill slam and donate. Can I file for compensation?
Wow.
I'm gonna type XD because I think that's like a reasonable thing to type if our opponent's like going along with it, you know.
Yeah, if they're joking along and not like, oh,
Oh, sad. We didn't
I'm
get any
okay with
treasures.
yeah, I'm still okay with the events that have transpired.
Skeptimus says only if you wear a silly hat like the old days.
All right. Well, I've got a bunch of hats here.
Yeah,
We'll
nice.
start with medium level silly. If you guys
Oh
get
my god, freaking love it! I freaking love it. You know, I really miss you, Alex.
I miss you too, bud. It's been too long, huh?
Yeah. I
I'm pretty
mean,
sure I owe you a sandwich, so.
maybe, but I would settle for just.
Or you owe me a sandwich. One of us owes somebody a
I'm
sandwich.
pretty sure I owe you a sandwich from one of the fantasy drafts we did, and I lost. Wait, sorry.
Oh, yes.
I would never gamble on the outcome of a tournament, so that's.
Well, it wasn't. No, it was a fantasy draft that we did of football. Obviously,
Yeah.
we're both into American football
Or real football. So they probably put a land on
Football.
top with brainstorm, but that's fine. I think you should just still hit them and get the mana.
Yeah, I mean the treasure is so valuable, right?
So I think I should play iteration because this is like the turn where I have spare mana lying around.
Yeah, exactly. We do want a Murktide on a follow up turn, and we have. Oh my goodness.
That's really bad, but whatever. You know.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't go say really bad. We certainly it would be better if we had a land as well, but we're still finding a.
So I'm putting Forcible in my hand and just like whatever. Probably don't want Days in my deck by this point. Probably.
Yeah, I think put Days out of your deck. Though it does kind of telegraph that you have another one. You can play this Flooded Strand.
Alex, I'm really excited. Someone just donated $1,000, but it's anonymous, so I have no idea who it is. Oh no, wait. Am I confused? No, I'm not confused. There is 1,000.
$1,000 donation? Wow.
Yeah.
That's really high. Thank you to whoever that is.
Wait, no, I am confused. Actually, it's only $20. Holy shit.
Okay.
I sorry, but you know,
A little less exciting than 1,000, but still, every dollar counts. You know.
Sorry,
You
I got.
know.
Yeah, you know what it was? I looked on the website and it said top donor, and I thought confused top donor with most recent one. But shout out to Justin Ganari for donating $20. Sorry, Justin, I did get confused.
You know what? I think a $20 donation that's pretty good. You know, if we can get another one, I have an even more ridiculous hat I can wear. So.
Yes, exactly. All right, Ponder's not bad. I think I'm just going to try to
attack first, though, right?
Yep.
Probably hit a land again, though.
I'm fine with this, personally. Right? Seems obvious I should do this.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't managed to kill this yet, and they're playing Snapcaster. I mean, obviously it'll cast Brainstorm or something, right? But all right, we hit Prismatic Vista. I'd probably just ponder looking for some more gas, right?
I just got told my internet connection is unstable.
But you're still here.
All right, that's good. That's what's important.
All right, so we see Pyroblast, Urza Saga, or Ragavan. Probably just draw the Saga and play it. Do I need to draw Pyroblast this turn cycle?
I kind of like having Pyroblast while we're just hitting with Ragavan. Like, I don't feel like we need to rush the Saga.
Sure. And the second Ragavan's clearly like kind of a dud, so.
Yeah, well, unless they kill the first, then we have it like for backup. If next turn we can fetch or not fetch, right?
Right.
We're all good.
Well, this Ragavan's certainly doing literally 6 damage and made.
I mean, it also traded for a spell of theirs, right? They Pyroblasted.
Probably Force Pitch Regent.
Yeah.
No, so like the issue is obviously if they have Pyro, it's not great, but you know, whatevs.
Well, if they do, then they have 2 cards left in hand, 1 mana available, and then we can potentially Daze and Bolt or
right.
Daze, whatever. All right.
So just draw the Saga, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely. Saga is a good draw. With all these treasure tokens, especially.
Yep. This is like kind of
Match made in heaven.
yeah, it's kind of an absurd synergy. I don't think I need to play Regent personally. I think that's just asking for like.
Oh yeah, definitely don't put it in here.
And I can see if the Ragavan dies. If the Ragavan dies, I can just draw the next one. Otherwise, if it doesn't get killed on their turn, I probably should just shuffle the other one away.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Finding another island, basic island.
What do you think this is? Is it Stony Silence again to shut down all my treasures that I don't even need to crack anyways?
Stony Silence is pretty. I guess Stony Silence is good against Ragavan.
I mean,
you hit 3 times, it's pretty brutal.
Not ideal.
Yeah, but we're not going to fight that, right?
Right. So if they put a spell in the stack, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to just bolt in response, obviously.
Well, depends. If they're playing a cantrip, I think you just Pyroblast it and then see what happens there.
Well, but the problem is if they draw into another...
You're going to Pyroblast it. You Pyroblast this, see if that resolves. I mean, I guess they can't do anything, right? But
I mean, they have a single white, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the top card is the second Ragavan. The next Ragavan I don't think is particularly desirable. So I should just fetch for a Vulcan Bolt. Most of you think I should use a treasure to bolt?
No, I don't think so. I think the Ragavan is... I mean, they're going to have a token for it.
I mean, I could have traded Ragavan for their monk token, but I kind of think I just would rather draw something else, right?
Yeah, I agree. We have Saga going like we want to just draw like a counter spells of some kind, right?
Yeah, any force would be good. Force of negation would be fine. That's weirdly okay.
It's actually not bad.
I think I should just name. Sorry, I want to name Jace, right?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, I don't know these deck lists. How many Teferis do they have? We saw Teferi.
Like 2, maybe. I think like it's a flip between Jace and Teferi. But I think what I could also do, if you're concerned about that, is just try to overload and play a bunch of creatures this turn. I'm not sure I really like that because that's like Diggers versus Sweeper. I think I'm just going to name Jace because I think that's the one most likely to get us killed, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I'm down with that.
And I don't think I trade because like maybe this gets better at some point.
I would actually trade because I think the token's more valuable jumping a Saga token. This Saga token's going to be big.
Technically in the red on time, but it's not an issue because we will actually...
Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, no. Don't respond.
Oh, whoops. I got confused for a second. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. All right.
Shuts down somewhere.
Shuts down all of our treasures. So should I brainstorm with this Saga on the stack? The Daze is like not great anymore.
Yeah, I like brainstorm here. See if we can find okay.
I think I should still activate even though it takes the shields down.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I'm just gonna put the Dazes back and just be a turn where I'm naked, but I think it's fine.
Yes, I think it's fine too.
Yeah. So I've crop rotated with that third chapter on the stack, and it's pretty disgusting.
It's nice.
Just Soul Guide Exile.
I think Soul Guide Lantern and Nug their Pyroblast or Nug their Brainstorm.
I think you Nug the Ponder probably, but because that's just the most looks at like a sweeper.
Yeah, that's fair.
And now I can force the trade, obviously. I guess, yeah, this was the reason to force the last turn, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, they still take it, so I guess it was identical.
They're gonna plow. They're gonna plow here.
Okay, so it kind of ended up the same, I guess. But
Yeah, it ended up exactly the same.
oh, that's really good. I
I
think
think
like
that's the check mark, basically.
so I'm trying to figure it out. Am I supposed to play anything? Probably not.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, just
You have
Seiko.
a counter spell for a white spell, and you have a counter spell for a blue spell. Like they have to have didn't have a white spell last turn, so they like you know basically it's only Supreme Verdict that could get you.
Yep, but then we could just untap and play Regen and then
Exactly, which is why you don't do
yeah,
anything.
exactly. Agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't like saying GG until like they're actually dead because it's like really awkward if you end up losing. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean they said it when they were being attacked for lethal. I think that's fine.
They said it right before that because I might time out or some shit. Okay, I don't care that you have 2 lands in your hand. All right, so we're 2-0 so far.
All right, all right. Well, I'm switching up hats.
Nice. I love it. I love that you have so many hats to pick from. Oh, Skeptimus says that you can only say GG if you have settled the wreckage.
That's true. Yeah.
I assume you saw that one, right? It was.
Oh, I did. Yes.
It was
It was amusing.
I'm just like, where are my hats? I mean, I actually have worn the Hayne hat at an SCG Baltimore because it happened to be at like some random Baltimore store for some reason. Do you remember that?
Which one? The Cat in the Hat one?
Yeah, it was like the big one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh well, I mean, okay, so there are issues with this hand, but I also do not believe you can mulligan.
You also have brainstorm. Like it's
Yeah,
not like
so I mean,
I drew too many Ragavans. You know.
you know what they say? Oh, actually, here's a question for you. What's your favorite brainstorm art and why?
I think it's this one.
Yeah, it's also this one for me.
I also like the Ice Age one too.
Yeah, there's technically a Chinese 5th edition brainstorm with a V as the expansion symbol, and only the Chinese cards had the like Roman numeral 5 as an expansion symbol. So they're like $200 a piece or some nonsense. And I'm just like, I look at them sometimes and I think about it. I'm just like, it's ridiculous that this one is worth so much.
Yeah, it's because by the way, my volcanic island art, not the one our opponent just played.
I prefer this one, obviously.
Yes.
This one is like, I'm pretty sure when I gave you the Miracles deck, all of the cards looked really nice, but they were also beat this shit. So I told you could just shuffle however you wanted. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
It's because I think we basically shuffle the same way, which is just how it is.
Yeah, actual shuffling.
Kind of weird that they waited because now we just get everything, right? Because now we can just return this and brainstorm off the floating mana as well.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of think they should have just done it on their turn because that.
Okay, that makes some sense.
All right, so now I brainstorm.
That's.
I'm going to just put these rags away, I think. Is there a reason to keep one Ragavan?
I kind of want to keep one. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I think it's a little bit crazy because I think what's going to happen is our rag is just going to go unanswered.
But you think we're going to win this fight, basically?
So should I? I mean, if I don't bottom the second rag, I would bottom a ponder, right?
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable on the off chance that they do have like a daze behind or something. Oh well, no, we defeat daze by floating, right?
Yeah, they could have another force. Is what they would have.
Yeah, but then they would be so down on cards. I think we will just win a long game, essentially, right?
Probably.
And I do want to daze the force because it's just another card in the graveyard for the Mark Guide. So I think I should actually get Snow Island here just because of Wasteland.
Why? No. Like we're returning it to our hand anyways. So like.
Yeah, but the problem is if you play it. Oh no, well.
We already have one Wasteland thing, and we're getting an artifact. I think we should just have both. But
okay, I was thinking about it. Well, we'll see what happens. So yeah, they can't daze back because we have a floating blue.
Yeah.
Okay, They pitched Delvers.
I tip my hat to you, sir.
Yeah. So I guess the this might be important then.
Yeah.
And I think they really did make a mistake by letting us. Oh well, no, I guess they were.
Yeah, that's force of negation, so it
Yeah.
makes sense to me. But... Ooh, dashing their Ragavan.
Well, then we'll just try to block with ours next turn, probably. I guess.
Yeah. I'm glad we have one though.
It's worked out. They exiled Urza Saga. That's fine. So them pitching Delver tells you a lot about their deck. I think it's actually impossible. Well, it's impossible for them to have Saga in their deck because the artifact spells eat into the space where you need instants and sorceries. First off, and second, they probably have 4 wastelands. So,
Yeah, so I like having the second volcanic island.
Yeah, I know I had blue floating. That's why I'm like. What did someone say? I don't know. I obviously have to block. This is like a forced block.
Yeah, I mean, block. Just going to play Murktide, right?
Yeah, I think. I mean, if they didn't have days.
I mean, maybe we want to ponder instead. I don't know.
Oh, to play around days.
Days for our Ragavan, right?
Actually, I think that's worth it. Do I play the land before or after the ponder?
Well, okay. Well, no. Here, Jarvis, let's think. They didn't daze our Ragavan last turn, right? Which I think they would have if they had days. And then they also didn't, like, they had a treasure and they didn't play Delver. So, like, they just drew Delver. And they didn't have days last turn. So I think we can play Murktide.
Okay, so what do you think their last card is? Let's try to figure it out. It's probably a cantrip then, right?
Probably, but they also play it last turn. It could be Brainstorm. Could also just be like a force or something. Who knows? Or another Ragavan? I mean, maybe.
Using the old noodle, Hayne. The noodle on top of the hat. Or the hat on top of the noodle.
Yeah, the hat helps keep the head warm.
Yeah.
Allows brain to flow more.
This is a pretty good card. So for what's worth, Murktides are pretty safe in game 1, but in game 2 they're not as safe. So you have to be
because there's blast.
Yeah, exactly. If they're the version with Unholy Heat, it might not also be safe until you get to 7/7. But alright, so they have Wasteland, but that's fine because I actually don't even know if they want to waste those because of the Saga thing, like, if that makes sense. You know?
Some sense, but I think at this point they've got... Ooh, okay, well... Ponder here?
Yeah. The question is, which land do I play?
Well, I think we ponder first. I don't think we need we're not in a hurry to bolt here, are we?
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, I guess if we find Ragavan... But, okay, I like Force and Ponder.
So, bottom the Misty and put the Force on top and play...
And play Saga, I think.
So, the issue with that is, if they waste the Volk, then you lose a lot of resources.
Yes, but in the meantime, we're attacking them. So, like, they have to have have to have a lot of cards together. They have to be able to answer Murktide, answer our Force, and answer our Saga with the Wasteland.
Okay, I think I'm down for it. So you want to play the Saga then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible they found 2 Wastelands from their iteration where they have, but...
Oh, they have Brazen Borrower in their deck? Okay, so this is like a very classic sort of version of the deck. That's how I would put it.
Yeah. I kind of respect it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
Here's where I'm hoping Ninja the Deep Hours comes. Come on, Ninja.
That card is not...
Obviously, it's not played and not playable, but it would be really funny.
It would be something. Yeah. Almost Boomer Delver? Hold on. What did they exile? So they exiled... So it's 1 bigger than ours, so we're probably priced into forcing it. Except... Oh no, our top card... Well, I was about to say if we could actually delve next turn, we could actually outsize it, but we can't. So...
Yeah, I like forcing here.
I guess we also have the Saga lined up, which is a bunch of resources. So we should just, like, fight and just be satisfied with our 2 constructs while trying to beat them down, right?
Exactly.
And we could get Aether Spellbomb to answer a different Murktide, and I think a second Murktide is probably the most likely way for us to lose, right?
Right. Also, when you asked what card they had in hand at the end, it probably was Murktide, right?
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Obviously. They chose to shuffle, that's a sign of weakness.
It definitely is. Keeping on top, on the other hand, is not is the opposite. Ooh.
Okay.
All right. We found a waste. Well, I'm glad we played it the previous turns. Now we get to make a 1/1 creature.
1/1's definitely relevant though. Like,
oh yeah,
the difference between 3 and 4 in these matchups is enormous because like you know how it is. There's so many games where someone just gets punked out. Yeah.
just play the ponder.
Yep. Ooh.
I think we keep that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I want to attack them still, of course.
Yes.
And then probably just which one do I put into my hand this turn? Should I cast the ponder this turn is my actual question.
I think so. I think we just want to, like, you can potentially find something else. Like, if we find Saga as the next card, we want to play it, I think.
All right.
Same if we also find an artifact, we actually might consider playing. Ooh, Ragavan is also really interesting, but
I think we should keep the iteration first and foremost.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So
I mean, we're gonna keep.
Yeah, just that order and play my land and attack.
Just with the Regent, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this just gets eaten.
Yeah. Well, if you thought there was a forced chump.
Yeah, I don't think they would.
There's not. But.
Yeah. All right. Time to see if they flip.
Is trading damage worth here instead of holding back? I think so.
I think so because they're in the abyss, and if they have to trade 2 creatures for 1, it's like really bad for them too, right?
Yeah.
I do want to draw Ragavan, I think, in this situation.
Oh, definitely. I think we're going to play iteration.
Yep.
And then potentially dash Ragavan, right?
Well, we know they have Daze. That walks into a Daze.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so I probably won't dash the Ragavan.
Yeah, we might just cast it.
Probably just get another Volk.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god.
I think we want the Daze in our hand, actually, right?
Yeah, because like if for some reason they cast a spell, we can force this turn. We can actually force pitching the Daze in our hand. Kind of funny.
Yeah. And we'd rather have the Daze for next turn.
So like this is actually so we can actually attack with both because suppose they block here. It doesn't even work out that well for them, right?
Yeah, no, I'm happy with this.
Yeah.
Remember, they don't have the Daze in hand anymore. You can exit. And they're revealed.
Yeah, I think this is just forced for them because like how do they win if they block the other way, right?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. So the Daze is gone.
So our plan right now is Daze them, dash Ragavan.
Yeah, GG.
We'll see.
So we know nothing about their hand anymore.
Ooh, that's interesting. I still want to dash, I think. Put them to force them to have it.
Could have bolt, but it's like not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Oh, they're bolting themselves?
Okay.
All right. I guess they just wanted to. I mean,
that's stylish, at least.
It's stylish, but also I think kind of weird because, like, what if we just drew 2 bricks? Like, maybe they saw how bad our iteration was, right?
I mean, they don't get to see all 3 cards. They know one of the cards was force, which.
All right.
Very good.
Surprisingly,
all right.
I do not like forcible very much in these mirrors.
Interesting. I assume Retrofit Foundry is also like getting shaved at least.
I'm gonna cut one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
They can't deal with it anyways. It just seems really slow.
So
Wait,
the question is, how many
I guess-
lands I want in my deck is the real question. Some people like. Actually, this card is really not that great. Honestly, like you don't really need it.
Really, it seems like. I mean, it seems fine to me.
So you, I mean,
The graveyard in response to what's especially if they have unholy heat, it's pretty nice. It can prevent it from coming down. It always just cantrips.
So
and you can run region, right?
let me run this by you. Some people advocate cutting days in these mirrors. I don't really like it.
I don't think you can cut both days and force.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of it. I do think you should cut force on the draw because the problem is walking into a daze with forceful is really, really, really bad. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, the counter argument is you have a lot of resources, so maybe it like in some ways force is a lot better on the draw, right?
Yeah, like forcing a Ragavan or whatever. I mean, my thing with Delver decks is usually in the mirrors. I kept all dazes and boarded out forces on the play,
Yeah.
and then on the draw usually like the opposite kind of. I mean, I usually kept some number, but
So
I wouldn't hate having at least a force. Also, like Regent's interesting because it's possible, especially without forces, like you
it's
could
a little
definitely
bit worse. Yeah, I think I might shave one for one wasteland. I do not think you want Pithing Needle for their wastelands because I think there's a non-zero chance you want to wasteland them back. I think that it's like
no, I'm down with that.
Yeah,
I'm also down to like cut 1 days for one force or something. But
I think I'm gonna just leave it. But I think it's reasonable to not have any forces.
One thing is I also like in these decks with so much card manipulation, I like having a bigger variety of cards, even if like one card's usually worse. You often can keep the cards that are better in certain scenarios, right? With brainstorms and ponders and iterations and stuff.
Sure.
So that's the only thing. Yeah. Caracas is an interesting one, actually, right?
Oh, you're right. It is one of the cards I usually do side in. I forgot. I think this is hand is like borderline, but you're supposed to keep probably. It's like I mean you have they have to kill these. You can trade them off. You can answer their first thing. Now the danger is if you never draw a cantrip, it's going to go south very quickly, right?
Probably. I mean, depends what if you draw all pure great cards or whatever. Ooh, I'm very happy starting with Ponder too.
So if they shuffle, what are you thinking, Hayne?
I want a Ragavan. I'm not greedy. If they miss, if like they spend their next turn trying to find a land or whatever.
Well, they did not shuffle, so the dilemma is not really there. Do you think I should just get a Volk? Is the real question, or should I just get Mountain?
I think since you have so many lands that you should find Volk because like Wasteland Fight actually is good for you, especially like with the way this hand is. You're just spending your time like trading Ragavan, Bolt, and Wastelands back and forth. I think you're happy, right? Versus like if your hand was land light, then I would be, or you like had bigger things to do with it. But like here, I'm really happy for them to go Wasteland you, Bolt or Ragavan, because then we're just gonna, play our next another Ragavan or Wasteland them.
Right.
Gut shot.
Yeah, I've played Gut Shot off and on. You can't play Gut Shot in this version because you really need room for artifacts.
Yeah, I want to Wasteland now for sure.
You're supposed to waste upkeep, I believe. I'm trying to remember why.
Oh, because they can do Bolt, Daze, shenanigans. I don't know. Like if they cast a spell.
I don't remember. There's some very convoluted reason. I just don't remember
It's just stifle. It's just stifle.
Oh, so we got bolted, but no days. Okay.
Yeah, I think they just don't have another land. Maybe.
Okay. Oh, they do. But that's all
right.
If you have another land, isn't that really weird?
Kind of is. Yeah, I think it's pretty weird. Okay. Like
Oh, yeah.
the Vulcan Ragavan.
Or buying time to find cantrips or like a
Well,
threat.
this again, like that's why I like finding the Volt
Yeah.
because spend their time like wastelanding you, and we just randomly get a lightning bolt out of them. Okay, now you can wasteland us again. That's fine. Now they can find something to kill our Ragavan, and then we can wasteland them again. Like feel like we're well suited for these kind of fights.
Our land count's really high is part of
It's
it.
a lot higher than theirs, so okay, that's interesting.
Do you
I mean,
still want to
waste.
waste?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Because it like there's a few dangers
I don't
with
want
it
to get
on
Murktide. It like
Yeah,
obviously.
exactly.
I mean,
Murktide
maybe
plus
not next turn, but at some point
yeah.
they're low on resources. Like they could just not have a land. And then, yeah, exactly. Ooh, I like that draw.
So I'm actually supposed like I've described the scenario. You're actually supposed to fetch a basic now for the
Yeah, well, or
saga.
just not fetch, right?
Yeah,
You don't have to fetch at all.
Exactly. See what they do though. All right, I'm just gonna hydroblast
Wait,
it. Right.
don't you? You could just let it resolve and bolt it, right? I mean,
Um.
blast it.
What's the disadvantage?
Okay, they have Delver in their deck, which is a better target for bolt, but they also probably have Pyroblasts. And bolt of their own, but
Well, so the question is, what land am I getting? Right? Isn't that the bigger? Oh, so if I want to get mountain, then I should bolt. If I want to get island, then I should hydro, right?
I mean, you also could just wait. You can just let this resolve and then like next turn decide, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I see. It's really
okay.
funny. That makes it harder to decide. I guess that probably means I'm supposed to get mountain then, right? It's kind
Yeah.
of a coin flip, actually, right?
And I think at island because I want to have days up and then like next turn mountains potentially more useful. I don't know. No, I mean you're gonna do it now though, right?
Yeah, I actually shouldn't have played that land first because now,
Yeah.
it actually leads to a lot of issues. But whatever.
Yeah, you could potentially run into problems now. Yeah.
Yeah, this was actually. If I
Yeah.
just didn't play the land first, they'd probably never do this, right?
Yeah. Wait, I think at this point you might just have to let Ragavan hit you. They have one card in hand. I think this is fine. I think just let Ragavan hit you once.
Just letting it hit us once obviously feels bad, but I don't think it's the end of the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably no. I definitely should have just cast it first and see what they did, right?
Yes. Yeah. Then you could have dazed and replayed and played.
Okay, well, fortunately they hit a brick.
Okay. Right.
All right, everything going to plan. I probably just trade one construct for that, obviously.
Yeah, definitely.
Scooter, I didn't want to get Volk because if they waste a Volk, your Saga basically just dies for no value.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like we could actually be behind. I think if that happened.
Yeah, I just let Murktide resolve, then I
let it resolve.
Yeah,
yeah, we'll Pyroblast it.
Exactly, I think you understand too. Obviously. I think I should just get Mountain by this point.
Yeah, I like. I mean, honestly, actually, here with another fetch, you could get Volk here.
Okay, sure. Yep. I think what I
So you make a token, right?
So the question is, do I want to play around their days to Pyroblast that thing? Is that just being too cowardly? Oh, I could just get Aether Spellbomb, then that solves all of the problems, right?
Yeah, I like that actually.
But that means I'm priced into activating Spellbomb in this turn to just not be dead to the pull, right?
So they have one card in hand.
Yeah.
So if they have days plus bolts on the top.
They've used 2 bolts.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? What am I supposed to do?
I think I like just using this and finding spell bomb.
Yeah. I think I can sacrifice 1 card to just play around everything, right?
Actually, and I kind of like I think I like using spell bomb also because you could actually even just get the Murktide with days potentially. Play Delta, find
another Volk probably.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they've already used 2 wastelands. Like they already have a Volk. Also, just, like even if they recast, it's just a 3/3 now.
Oh yeah, they only have lands in yard.
And
I don't
bolt
think.
it.
I don't think.
No,
I
don't
should-
attack.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
don't attack. Don't attack.
I agree.
You can attack next turn.
Yep.
Depending on what happens.
Yeah, Stifle is the reason I main phase bounced it, essentially. I mean, I don't think it's in their deck, but you might as well. It doesn't cost you much to play around it. That's really funny, but also awkward. Whatevs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of bad, but it's not the end of the world, right?
No, I mean, if they hit something really good with Ragavan, then that sucks. But.
They hit Snow-Covered Island.
Snow-Covered Island. Thank you for getting rid of that.
So I'm dazing
days here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, can they exile the treasure? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but the way it looks.
No, they couldn't. They exiled
right.
4 lands in the Murktide. Or the Meltdown. What am I picking up?
Yeah.
Some
I think just basic. I think the basic.
Yeah. All right.
All right. They did have the days. So we're now basically at even footing, except we're up 2 lands resources.
That's a good draw. I think I just main phase killed both.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Actually, the Ragavan I might want to wait because of a dashed Ragavan, right?
Yeah, so I think I'd play Snow-Covered Island, tap it, play Ponder.
Yep. Okay, those are bangers.
Those are good.
So I'm trying to figure out if I want to play around Ragavan potentially hitting me, I should put Rag in the middle then, right?
Yeah, so that's the one they hit.
Yeah.
But wait. Okay, so like you could play around them dashing Ragavan, right? And then you could put Iteration in the middle because they couldn't cast that one. Then you still have Brainstorm plus Ragavan of your own to block their Ragavan.
So you want to put Ragavan on the bottom, Brainstorm on top?
No. I want Brainstorm on the bottom, Ragavan on top. And Iteration second. So I want to draw Ragavan.
Yep.
I want to use both our spells right now. I think it's more likely that they draw like a Daze or whatever than another Ragavan to dash. And now also if they do draw the Ragavan, they hit our Iteration, can't cast it, pass the turn. We have Brainstorm Ragavan set up. Instead, now we can play Iteration right here.
I think I should. If they blast it, it's fine. Like they
I mean they have one unknown card. Yeah. We can dash Ragavan if they blast it. If they don't, okay.
So Brainstorm hand.
Hand sag, yeah.
Yep. And I think I dash.
Yeah, I like dash. I mean, they could have drawn another Daze, but it's just not even a big deal at this point.
If they Daze it, like who cares, right? Like.
Yeah. I hope that they gut shot it. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay. I'm very cool with that. I'm happy with the events that are transpiring here.
For how broken this card was in Standard, I don't think this has aged well in Legacy.
No.
It's kind of funny.
I mean, yeah. I never thought it was, I don't know. People played Vendilion Clique a bunch, and I was never like that crazy about it. So do we just Brainstorm here?
I think so. I don't really want to dash into like this because yeah. So just 2 lands back, I think.
Yeah, 2 lands back.
and probably just cast Ragavan and just activate, right?
Yeah, I like that. And play Murktide another turn.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to get all my value out of. Oh, oh yeah. Okay. No, I said play Ragavan. I think
Or
where's our
what?
other island? Oh, we got exiled from Ragavan. That's why.
Yeah.
Remember when I said it's weird, like to like have these fetchable lands or whatever, and not play more fetches? This is kind of why. You can kind of see why now, right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wasn't talking with this deck. We are talking about like, their
Yeah,
deck.
but I think it just happens enough in general that
Yeah.
it's just
Ooh.
correct.
Just so happy they drew Delver Secrets.
I mean, I think their deck doesn't play DRC, and I think that's a mistake. Because I think that card's just like giga broken.
Yeah. Speaking of Giga Broken, I would like to claim victory. I guess they can meltdown us again.
I think I should just get Soul Guide, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think so too.
And I think I should just cack their graveyard so I don't have to like deal with that.
You have Pyroblast. You don't care.
Sure. Yeah. Get a braid in case.
Just smash them for 3 and play Murktide.
One, 2, 3, 4. All right, your turn, opponent. Saga is a free shuffle for.
Yeah, that's nice.
I mean, Saga is just. It's just Saga. I don't know how to put it. It's just like. Your land.
Good game.
All right. Well, I think our Sagas basically demolished them again because I think it actually happens a lot. People are impatient with their wastelands when I think they should be like holding them for Saga if you know your opponent has Saga in the deck.
Oh yeah, we ran them out of resources in the Wasteland game early, right? Like finding the mechanic early actually like possibly leads our thinking we're land light when we're actually land heavy, and then we play the Wasteland game, which was so good for us, right?
The Wasteland game like heavily favored us.
Yeah.
Oh, also I forgot there was actually a quote included with Gunari's donation saying, "Hull Breacher is not a good card." Quotation, I am actually level 1. Justin said that himself, so it's just kind of a joke. Because Hull Breacher is clearly a good card once it's in play, it's just that it's very clunky, right?
All right. If we get another donation, I'm going to upgrade my hat. Otherwise, we're going to side grade it.
Oh, nice. Well, we'll queue up the next match then.
Yeah, queue it up, queue it up. You know what? I think I've been on a standard operating procedure of switching hats every round. I'm just going to switch anyways, but.
Yep.
All right. Good to go, Jarvis.
Yep. So now I remember this. The last time Tom donated last year, when I did this last October, he also donated $77, and it tilted me forever that the ending digit was 7. So if someone could correct that, please. You could just donate $3 to correct it. Or 8 to
or $2.77.
$2.77?
$3.77. Yeah. See, shop. Got a good idea here.
Oh God, why?
I haven't really gotten to use these hats that much recently because, COVID and me not streaming. Forgot how heavy this hat is.
Nice.
It is heavy. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, Jarvis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, GW Hollow. Also,
a little too slow on that. But
yep. But we all get you. We all understand where you're at, Hayne.
That's good. All right, we're gonna get Leagues are 5 rounds, right?
Yep.
Been so long with one of these things.
It is. There's no
I
downtime.
do not have a Fez.
No Fez. It's okay though. You are Fez free as of right now.
Yeah. Hopefully we find an opponent sometime.
Yep. So the leader in trophies on this leaderboard actually only plays elves, which is kind of funny. But
That's
elves
impressive.
elves is I think pretty good, honestly, but it certainly has weak. Allosaurus Shepherd is a really really good magic card. Is how I would put
Oh,
it.
that's true. Yeah, that's a recent addition, right?
Yep. Well,
Relatively recent.
we got a $13 donation from Thurston Falco. Also, our opponent basically only plays Cloud Post, so this is a pretty good hand versus Cloud Post, though. Minus,
Not having Wasteland.
I mean, there's only 2 Wastelands in our main deck, so like,
Yeah.
But
Once upon a time, there was a Cloud Post who had no friends, and found a friend called Vesuva.
yeah, that's gonna be a lot of mana, which is kind of an issue. But
There was a monkey who decided to join around with such friendship.
So I think I should just turbo fetch because a quick Murktide is an easy way to beat them.
That makes sense.
And like we have another fetch. If I didn't draw another fetch, I'm not sure I'm supposed to do that, but I think with that I probably
I think we wouldn't do it if we didn't have another fetch. We want that fetch to brainstorm. Ooh, right? What is this?
It's gonna get Elvish Reclaimer, but that's fine. We can just go with Lightning Bolt.
It's kind of nice
because this is like not a great card in the matchup, I think.
Ooh, we found the Retrofitter Foundry though.
It's
everything's coming at Millhouse.
I think I should just brainstorm and then bolt.
Yeah.
Because like we have a little bit. Okay, that's actually excellent. Those are very good cards.
So don't put the Retrofitter Foundry back. How will we ever win?
With Murktide Regent.
Okay, yeah, then.
I know you're joking, but there are people in the chat who might actually take you seriously, Hayne.
So far, again, it's a small sample. I've been very actively unimpressed with that card, but
I think I'm gonna just disregard the Zoomers and cut the second one. Oh my god! Too bad we can't cast that.
How many do they play in their deck though?
1. That's for Ayavugan.
Wait,
they copied
Forest? Wow.
That's weird. I don't know.
What do they have? Do they have Courser of Krufix in their deck?
I don't think so, but who can say?
I think we attack first, right?
Yeah.
Attack first.
And I think I just want to make a giga big Murktide and try to punk them. Let's see.
That's funny. Well, we're not going to have lands after Murktiding probably, but I guess we can start with Storm, see what's up.
Yep. All right. I do not think we need 2 more Ragavans because they don't die in this matchup whatsoever.
Yeah. Do we need Sagas though?
I think it's better. Like I mean,
we're gonna fetch here anyways, right?
Yeah. Okay. They're real cards.
I will accept these terms.
So I think I put
iterations so we have a blue card for force, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So Channeler last?
Whoops, can I control Z? I can't. Shit.
Okay, well
I was thinking I was going to iterate into the Wasteland, but then I realize you're correct. That if we have to force something, which I don't think we will.
Probably not, but again, you never know.
Right.
This time though, iterate into Wasteland will also be fine.
All right. I actually do have enough to play both, and I'm probably supposed to.
Do you?
Yeah.
How many? But the Reclaimer that will no longer be. Oh, but you can still just find Wasteland with it, right?
Yeah, but they're tapped.
Okay.
But I think it's still worth playing. Because like that's a long-term plan if you waste them once,
Yeah.
But
also, we're just gonna next turn, and it's gonna become 3/4, right?
Right. I mean, I kind of feel like they're giga dead, but I'm obviously not calling it. So I think they made a force because they're planning to play Primeval Titan, is my suspicion.
Okay, that makes some sense. Oh, Beast Within, Endurance.
Do I
I mean,
care?
I don't think so.
No,
I
I
think
don't
you.
think it. Yeah.
Right?
I think I just
I mean,
carry
it's I
on.
guess annoying with Ragavan, but still,
Whatever. Fine.
you're okay. Do it on their graveyard. Makes sense. They don't want your Murktide to get bigger, right?
Well, it doesn't trigger off lands.
Oh, it's only instant sorceries leaving.
Yeah. So I guess I'm priced in.
Wait, do you play the Dragon Eye Channeler here?
So I was thinking that. Well, okay, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We're gonna wasteland them, right?
Yeah, I think we have to.
No, but we play the
Yeah.
Channeler first.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't matter though. It actually doesn't matter because we're not getting rid of the wasteland, so it didn't matter if we're doing it first.
I guess it's just good operational procedure.
No, it's bad because we could have had more options.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yep.
As it turns out, it doesn't make a difference. But
Could have made it. Actually, should I just sacrifice this to force through 10 damage?
yeah,
Yeah. I think if they want to
like
walk. Okay, they conceded, so nothing mattered. But this is with only 2 wastelands in our main deck. Fortunately, we get 2 more post board, which I think matters quite a bit. Do you agree with that?
yes.
All right. These come in. Submerge is okay.
I'm lagging a little bit, Mike, because my internet. I'm having some trouble with my internet, so I don't see your screen. It's like okay, now I'm seeing your deck finally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Soul Guide is a brick in this matchup. I'm pretty sure. Like it doesn't actually do anything. Period.
Yeah. Seems bad.
Oh, we can cut these foundries. They are literally like not what you want. So we're at 24 lands, which I think is fine. Even though like that sounds crazy, but 8 of them like do something, right?
Yeah.
It's also possible that like this plan is not good versus them, but yeah, I could shave like one of these for a cage for Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking that. It's also we're not Torpor Orb for Titan is I guess our plan is just not let them stick a Titan.
No, if you play that game, I think you're just mulliganing. Like you're just putting a orb in your hand when you shouldn't.
Yeah, because I mean they'll be able to attack with it anyways. It's just
whoops. I think I just want to cut one Saga, frankly.
Yeah, it seems kind of slow.
I'm looking at Fawn, but I don't think it's like terribly good, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not really sure entirely what's in their deck, but
okay, so their deck is like 4 Once Upon a Time, 4 Green Sun Zenith, a bunch of like mana lands, and a bunch of like big creatures.
Okay.
So I don't think this is like that appealing.
Doesn't seem great.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna submit.
Yep, seems good to me.
Oh, chat says we were so close to casting Emrakul. We were just like only 12 mana away or whatever.
Yeah, I mean with Ragavan, eventually you get there, right? You hit them 8 times with Ragavan, and then you take 7 land drops. Easy.
Negator says, looking at a sideboard including Caracas, Wasteland, Searcher, Feeder, Foundry, Needles, and wondering, is Jarvis still a friend of Merit Lage? Great question. I don't have a good response for you, I suppose. Also, this sounds like not great, but I think I'm gonna keep because like it doesn't take much to become like truly good.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
some disruption in the Saga.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is on the low end of hands I'm willing to keep.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather like an island or whatever, or fetch was a spell, and then it would be probably a good hand instead of a barely capable one. But
all my friends in chat are saying that I'm a bully because I played the cards that beat their decks in this sideboard. Like Torpor Orb is insanely good versus Death and Taxes because most of their like their game plan is that their creatures do things when they come into play, right?
I guess I don't know what their new card but
Well,
through death attacks it was always good
yeah.
against Flicker Wisp, Stoneforge, Recruiter.
Yeah, I have the Null Rod from my Storm friends, so they're also not happy about that. So it's just like I'm making everyone mad.
And they cost 2. You can't even find them with your Saga. What are you doing?
Typically, you expect your cards to function as printed, is what Finger says people expect to do.
Yeah, well, Null Rod does nothing. That's what it says on the card.
Oh god.
This hat is very, very heavy.
Heavy is the hat that wears the crown. I intentionally butchered the saying because I thought it would be funny.
It was for me at least. Presumably, Misty Rainforest.
I think they just play some fetches because of Elvish Reclaimer.
Yeah, no.
I don't think I should force that, even though, like, slight regrets, but whatever. Again, just in case if the Murktide thing happens, you know.
Yeah, makes sense. We have the second fetch. They don't have lands, right?
Our opponent does not have Wasteland. So the problem is they're probably going to name Wasteland.
Yes, they're almost certainly going to name Wasteland.
So, do you think I should actually force this?
I don't think so, but I think you just want to. You don't have Wasteland. Like if you had Wasteland in hand or something, but
All right.
I feel like instead, can't our plan just be to, like, we have 2 forces active, and like our plan is to force 2 threats?
Yep. I mean, I could daze it, but the problem with dazing it is it actually slows down.
Yeah, it slows down the Saga.
Your clock by a lot, so I actually don't think you're allowed to daze it.
Now you have you can daze something. But...
Yeah, the problem is that such a natural curve is for them to just fetch up a Vezuva or
they're going to fetch a Cloud Post and play it probably. Okay.
Oh, so they can just stage the Cloud Post, which also is basically identical, you know?
Yeah. If you were going to daze, then you could have.
Probably play Island, I think.
Yeah, I like it too. I want to keep a fetch land.
Yeah, exactly, because we have the Ponder lined up, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, now my only fear, I guess, Cavern of Souls is number 1 fear.
Yeah.
And then Emrakul is a little ways away, right? So.
It's a lot faster than you might expect because it scales quadratically.
Oh, that's why I said a little ways away, not a lot ways away.
Yeah.
It's like we have like 3 turns before Emrakul.
So they have 5.
I wish they'd copied our Saga instead.
That is something I've done a lot of. It's kind of broken because what happens is the sage gains the ability. You can go copy a different land. And it always retains the construct making ability. So your opponent just like gets buried under an unending
million constructs.
Well, it's basically your land's a pack rat, right?
Yeah.
Because like obviously it costs a mana itself by tapping the land. You know?
Yeah, pack rat also requires cards in hand to be discarded, right? But
yeah. So probably just get Grafdigger's Cage.
Yeah, I think so.
Because that plays around Green Sun Zenith. And I think I should just fetch for Volk and cast Ponder by this point.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Okay, well.
I mean, let's see. So what's going to happen next turn? I'll have 4 cards in graveyard, potentially 5. This is 6.
I mean, I think we have to keep this, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's actually good enough, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
so I put the Murktide.
The nice thing about Saga also is we have a lot of permanents, so we actually can like survive an Emrakul and keep the Murktide around.
So I think I put the Murktide on the bottom and draw the days, and then
Whoa. Oh, really? You want to draw the days? I was thinking just next turn, are we just going to like ponder and play
yeah.
Murktide?
But if I put the Bonder in between, that works out the same, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
And smash, and hope that this is good enough because this is what we have, right? This is
Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable. Basically, if like depends when Emrakul's coming down.
fuck. Okay, well, actually, that's not that bad. This is
Yeah.
like, all right. What the trigger?
You want to double days this? Okay, I was thinking.
No, because no.
I guess
Right, I have it mapped out because we need to ponder into Murktide, right?
right, but we could have. Okay, right. We do need to ponder into it. So yeah, we couldn't use the second days. No, yeah, this makes sense. Okay, interesting. So they clearly have Zenith, right?
Yeah.
This actually, in some ways, is good because we get an extra instant sorcery for Murktide.
So it doesn't matter because we're going to shuffle in between.
Yeah, we're gonna shuffle anyways.
It would be nice to obviously have it all, but I think it's just better to deploy the clock, obviously.
Yeah. We just need to deploy the clock.
So if they can only cast one spell next turn, and it's not like an insane one, we're probably fine.
Yeah, I mean, we're not another Ulamog. We're not beating. We're not beating Emrakul, but we're beating Green Sun Zenith. Okay.
So I'm thinking about dazing. They'll have, if I don't daze, it's 9, 10, 13. If I daze, it's 12. Is there a significant difference between that? I think it's
another. Well, look, they're playing another Cloud Post. Their Cloud Posts would each give them 4. So they have 12, 13, 14 mana instead of 15. They can't play Emrakul if we daze, right?
Yeah, so I think I'm supposed to. I was exactly thinking about Emrakul as well. But we got another donation from Tom Hep. He said he came back because you're wearing a different hat.
Ooh, appreciate that.
Or
I'm gonna, before next match, I'm gonna switch hats again. So
yeah, back for seconds because of the Hayne hat is actually the wording, but it is cool. So I force that and they die.
So we can force that, yeah. I think that's good.
And they draw 0 cards because the difference is what's 2 minus 2, Hayne?
Yeah. I don't know. You're the mathematician.
This is also only 10 damage, actually.
Okay, well.
So if we draw an artifact, it's lethal. But I don't think there's too many artifacts left in our deck, right?
We draw Murktide, it's also lethal, right?
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. I can't read.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, they dropped to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
yeah, never mind. I did not read that correctly. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess if I that's not it. We're probably gonna lose now, actually. But that's okay.
Probably, but play the Scalding Tarn, right? And then
yep. They had a lot of fast mana and like
our draw was slow as well.
Yeah, but I mean we could have mulliganed. Maybe we're actually supposed to mulligan that hand then.
Yeah.
Definitely I would prefer a hand that has Ragavan in it in this matchup.
Yes, Ragavan seems amazing.
Alright, that gets Titan, and then we probably lose to Titan.
And 2 Glimmer Posts, or 1 Glimmer Post and 1 Ayavugan.
Yeah, I would probably get Post Ayavugan as well, but this person plays nothing but the stack, so I think they're going to figure out the correct decision. Yeah. Maybe not, though. How
many hats will there be? I don't know, Negator. If if you want to donate another $77, hats.
Yeah, lots of hats for trying to fight cancer. You know, Hayne. I would not say he has an unlimited number of hats, but I believe he has a large number of hats. Right?
I have a reasonable number of hats. When you need to get really lucky and top deck something, I can always put on my Gabriel Nassif yellow hat, and we can be like, form of cruel ultimatum, you know?
Oh, so that is actually one of the decks in the throwback, but I don't believe it's very good, which is kind of funny.
I mean, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good compared to the decks that are around then. Like, you just think about the lands. Like, they're just all the lands are just coming to play tapped. And you're just trying, like, using vivid lands to cast Cryptic Command or whatever is just a bit weak.
Ooh. All right, I'm gonna concede to that because it's just a waste of time now.
Yeah.
Because we literally cannot wasteland the tab, so all of our lands are tapped basically forever, and they have a Primeval Titan.
Yeah, I mean, we can also just let our 2 constructs die. They don't do anything really.
But I have better uses of my time to play out like this.
Oh, I agree.
This hopeless situation. All right. Maybe I do want Fawn. Maybe I can. Like, the thing is, Lightning Bolt I think is actually good because of the like weird racing situations.
Well, just I think a lot of time you're racing.
Yeah, and also it kills Elvish Reclaimer, which is kind of a big deal. So
I don't think Force Negation would have been that good. Like,
oh wait, should I just cut this for a Fawn? It's not great, right?
No, Force Negation is not great either, but
I mean,
yeah.
I think just the spell bomb is worse than Fawn on average.
Seems reasonable.
I mean, despite how slow our hand was, it was still close because I think our deck is actually pretty capable of like putting a lot of power into play pretty quickly, even with the slow hands, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is the one nice thing about the retrofitter, that it does make more artifacts. So that does speed you up.
But I think versus that deck, this card is.
Oh no! You don't have time.
Yeah. I
Kozilek and Ulamog, as well as Emrakul and Primeval Titan and whatever. They have all the big things. Bellum's the only card to hit Emrakul. Usually when they've resolved casting an Emrakul, which I think is the only way they get one to play, bouncing it isn't the best because they just play it again.
Yeah, exactly. It actually is not what you want whatsoever because it'll lead to the issue that, well, they'll just cast it again and take a different turn.
It's also just Primeval Titan, I think, is also a bad one to bounce just because they get to gain all the life that the Glimmer Post when it comes in. You just don't want it.
Yeah, I think the one that you would balance more often than not is actually Endurance in this matchup, just to like sneak a hit through. But it's not good. That's the actual issue, I think.
Yeah, or I guess the Elvish Reclaim or whatever. I think I feel like just cycling Aether Spellbomb to draw cards is going to be, or make a construct bigger is the main use. Oh, do we want Caracas?
What does it do?
It returns our Ragavan to our hand.
I don't think I want it. I don't like. Well, this hand's like.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
This is a nice one.
Yeah, I mean, we want a cantrip for sure, but I'm not pulling anything. Probably just
find expedition map off. Let's find their expedition map. That's what I'm hoping. That'd be nice.
I don't like expedition map in this deck because I think you have plenty of ways to use mana.
I don't think it's good here, but
yeah, it's actually excellent in lands because you have like a bunch of utility lands that going to get are actually backbreaking.
Ooh,
oh, not bad.
It's interesting. Pitches to force. Ooh, Carpet of Flowers.
So, this might sound crazy. Should I just cast this to bin my other one? I think that's too big brain, probably, but...
Okay, so Carpet of Flowers, it's there.
No, Yeah, don't. We're not. We have no interest in this.
Yeah, we have no interest in that. Okay. So then I don't want to bin Ragavan. I think I understand with
Yeah.
Murktide. I think like finding a brainstorm or something is valuable enough.
Or we force a trade with Elvish Reclaimer or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to pay attention to the fact that like if we bolt them and fetch, there's 3 cards in the yard.
Yep. And then treasures 4. So yeah.
Yeah, so we're like one fetch land off or whatever, like, and a spell like a cantrip into a land also works, right?
Well, we won't be off because we'll have 2 treasures, 2 lands, 3 cards in the graveyard, right? That's exactly 7.
Okay, yeah.
But right. It's also only a 4/4. So really, what we want to draw is like blue cantrip, I think.
Yeah, obviously that's ideal, but I think we still want to fire off this bolt on a turn. Is my point.
Agreed. But that's why I was thinking about the Ragavan thing because
But that doesn't increase the size. I'm saying like we already have a region next turn. Anyways. Right. I mean, I think even if we can only play 4/4 next turn, we're going to do that.
Yeah, it's just you have to get the game over with in this matchup because it's
because you can't counter Ulamog triggers and Kozilek triggers and Glimmer posts.
And we can't wasteland them either, which is like the primary way that you actually steal tempo for some, right?
Yeah. We don't have a way to get rid of the needle, right? So
I don't play a braid.
Being on the play and having a Ragavan is a big difference.
Fuck. Alright, whatever. Maybe we'll hit something. Maybe we'll hit like Once Upon a Time or some nonsense.
Or crop rotation.
There's the map. Does playing it do anything?
So instead of Murktide, we could get an Urza Saga into play.
I think that's really slow.
Well, I'm trying to think worse.
So I would use a treasure, sack this, activate, play Saga. Yeah, I don't think that's good.
But do we want to just play the map anyways? We want instead of a treasure token?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's good. So just map, sack this, play waste, delve everything.
And then next turn we can map for Saga if we don't have anything else.
Sure. I think that's good, yeah. Not the this is a Sarah Angel sized dragon. Not the biggest dragon, but so we have 6. I don't know. Maybe the Saga will kill faster than I expected to.
Yeah, I mean, even just adding anything to our clock, finding Cage is like non-zero. Yeah, we certainly could map for waste if there wasn't the needle. Be on board.
Well, we can always map for the waste. I just don't think it would do very much.
Okay, it's interesting. I think we let this resolve, but maybe convince otherwise.
Well, so one really big issue is what if they just get Cavern of Souls, right?
Yeah, but I think the thing is like they need to just cloud post fast enough.
Sure. Well, I mean,
you also have Submerge too, right? Like
the
Cavern of Souls is presumably for Titan, but
yeah, I'm afraid because Titan just gets a lot of resources is the issue, right? But whatever.
It does. I mean, also it finds Glacial Chasm or whatever, right?
Right. Oh, if I could wasteland my opponent, I think this game would not be particularly close, is how I would put it.
Yeah.
I just attack them first.
Yeah, see what Ragavan hits. There's like some one of lands that are like pretty sick if we hit just because they don't have them anymore. Okay.
How close are we? Is the bolt good?
Hmm. So okay, so what's going to happen on their next turn? They're gonna use their map. Let's say they find Cloud Post, right? They just play Cloud Post. Then they have access to 5 mana. That doesn't do anything.
2,
They
3,
spend
4.
post. They gain. I mean, kind of like the.
Yeah. So should I?
They don't know that they're dead if we have the bolt, right? They're dead next turn if we have bolt. So that seems like a good
Okay.
reason to keep it.
So do you want to take the bolt and map, or should we even map by that point then?
It's a good question. I think we don't want to map. We probably just take the bolt and then keep the ponder and have the pond and potentially map.
Yeah. I think I agree with you. Just gonna put a stop here just in case if they get something like Glacial Chasm. But
Yeah.
I don't think they can really afford to get Glacial Chasm. Oh
Well,
wow,
they did.
they are
Okay. I mean, what ramp do they have though? What do they have that puts more lands into play? Didn't really see anything, right?
so the thing is you actually have to bolt them now.
Do you?
Well, because the mana is the constraint, right? Because if instead they dictate us having to do it on a different turn, then they basically can pick when. Well, I guess maybe I don't have to.
I don't
do
know
it
what you're
then.
talking about. Like, don't aren't if they play Glacial Chasm, we're not going to bolt them. We just
Yeah.
like, okay, that's fine. If they do something else, like play Primeval Titan or whatever, or put a Cloud Post into play, whatever, we're we're definitely not we're gonna bolt them and kill them. Okay, that makes some sense. So how does Ragavan plus Glacial Chasm work?
It doesn't. I mean, we don't deal them damage.
We don't get any treasures.
Yeah.
So they play this. They play Glacial Chasm. They sack a land.
I mean, I could just let this resolve and submerge it, but that doesn't seem great. Like,
That doesn't seem great. I was thinking of. I mean, it's not the worst. If no, they're gonna play Glacial Chasm, and then they're gonna think that they have that guy, but then you can submerge it, and they can't actually play it and play land, right? Like,
right.
um,
I
I
don't
think you,
think. I don't
I think
think
you
I.
bolt their. Don't you? I think you bolt them right now, right? Maybe
What does that do?
even bolt an excavator too. Like,
I think I just want to bolt the excavator. Actually, that's what I'm thinking about.
if that's the case, then you can even just use your map here and have this
Yeah.
find. But I
So-
guess you can do that next turn anyways because we're drawing ponder. You can also submerge because we have ponder for the force next turn as well.
I mean, so the thing is, I don't want to bolt them in response because then they know they have to play Glacial Chasm, right?
Yeah.
So there's a
Obviously
chance,
that's the
yeah. So they did it anyways, but
yeah.
So I think I just map for Urza Saga now.
So, well, I'm thinking about it. Like, we still want the ponder, right?
Oh sure. So just bolt this end step then. Probably.
If we're bolting it, we could even submerge it, right?
Well, then if they have another land, then they replay it, right?
Yeah, and then we can force it or bolt it or whatever. Like, I feel like this is a good use for submerge, isn't it?
Well, we won't necessarily have a blue card. Like, we're going to want to cast the Ponder, right?
Are we? What does it do?
Oh, I see. It's the blue card for force anyway, so maybe I should just submerge, draw the Ponder.
There's no rush. I think you can just untap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, use the map. Find Saga.
And just submerge the excavator now.
You can even wait for the chasm because they might sack the chasm. I doubt it, but
Okay, I'll just put stops everywhere and see what they do. Because if you just put stops everywhere, then you can like see what they actually end up doing, and then you just
you can also wait for them to draw and then submerge, right?
Yeah, exactly. I have a stop in upkeep and draw. You might as well, right? Like
Yeah.
it doesn't cost you much except for like 5 seconds of time or whatever. I kind of feel okay about like it's really slow to get past the situation, right?
Yeah, but it's like not the worst,
Do we have Needle in our deck? I wonder if I was supposed to have Needle for a Thespian stage or like Expedition map or some nonsense. Alright, so they paid. I'll let them go to. Well,
yeah, let them draw and then.
One reason not to draw is Veil of Summer, actually. Like, they veil the Submerge, and then, like, it's kind of a disaster, right?
Is it like we can still bolt, right? We can also force the veil
Okay.
if we.
Okay. I do not believe they have Veil of Summer in their hand.
Yeah, it seems unlikely to me. Okay.
That doesn't. Yeah.
You can't even activate it unless they have a land, which they.
They had a Cloud Post, which is actually the perfect plan to have.
Yeah. Okay. Turn.
So now do I cast the Plunder is the real question.
I think so.
Yeah. I think because now I've drawn that pitch, it actually makes sense. So the question is if you want them to replay the excavator that turn or not. I think the answer is actually no.
Like they would have just played Cloud Post, play Excavator, and like.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Um, We're getting a shuffle next turn, but only after we draw, right? So the bolt isn't the worst, but it's also I think we don't.
Well, I think we might be in a situation where we have barely enough damage, so I'm kind of inclined to keep it actually. Because of like Glimmer Posts and shit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm gonna keep it like this and just say go and see what they do.
can you just attack with Ragavan? I just want to make sure see if
Just test it.
Yeah.
I mean, it says prevent all damage that would be dealt to you, so
yeah, I assume it's gonna work, but
okay.
no more random app for them. On the stage.
Oh, shoot! Yeah, fuck. Damn it.
Okay. Well, make a guy now, I guess.
Yeah, that was awkward. And this is why I brought up Pithing Needle, because of this interaction.
Yeah.
It's too late now, obviously. I don't think it actually changes much, because I think if this game, we lose it, like, it'll actually be by so much. Right. Oh, so they're planning to let Cloud Post go, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, well, which seems pretty good for us. Because we're gonna kill them if they do that. They let Chasm go, that you mean? Yeah.
I mean, this looks like checkmate to me. This actually nets an extra mana for this turn cycle, I guess.
Does it? They have to using the Cloud Post. They're like floating one. They lose that one, right?
Sure.
they just couldn't copy it on our turn because then they would have to pay the upkeep for it too.
Right. Okay, do I do anything? Probably not.
No.
Do I cast Brainstorm?
Again, here I'm pretty sure they're just going to die, right?
Oh no, they can pay 2 once, go to 1, and then
Okay.
they have
Right.
11. They have 10. I think I should just dig for blue-red sources, actually. Just play more lands that produce colored mana. And this is the best one, because in case, yeah, like, this is just fine. Iteration hand, bottom, island, and play the Mesa. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because I don't think actual island does very much, right?
Right.
I think we have a F2 through that construct making, but whatevs.
I mean, I don't think it matters, but
yeah.
Top deck Green Sun Zenith isn't.
I think this one actually matters because they get to replay Glomer posts.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. You counter this.
Probably pitch Brainstorm, I think. Right? Does it matter?
I'd pitch Iteration, I guess.
Oh, I guess the Ragvan's like not a great card as it is, so. Do I just crack off the treasure?
No. Do you even make? There's no point in making construct, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there is. Again, you can make it. You could have made it against Emrakul, the only thing, but really doesn't matter at this point. I don't see anything they can have.
Nothing left. I should have sided in that needle. I forgot about like how their deck actually does a lot of things like this.
Yeah.
All right, let's stop here. See if they realize. I mean, I think it was just going to be so hard for them to like actually. Get out of this one.
Yeah.
The Ragavan to fast Murktide, I think, was just way too much pressure. Is the reality?
Yeah, we put so much pressure that they had to do the Glacial Chasm thing, which just like
costs a lot of resources.
Yeah. All right, new hat time. New hat.
Yeah, while you're getting a new hat, I'm getting more water, and hopefully we'll get some new donations.
Ooh, I'm gonna get some more water too, actually.
Yep. All right, chat. Let's get some donations. So Hayne will wear a different hat, and it'll be a good one. And, you know, if you're new to the stream, hit that follow button. And Twitch Prime subs. Use them here. Great place to use them. We'll be right back for Match 5. Yep, Hayne and I are 4-0, in fact. I mean, obviously we've been playing really slow, but that's because, like, if you think about Legacy long enough, there's, like, so many situations where there are a million Um,
Million. What's up?
a million decisions in every Legacy game. Ooh, what does that hat say?
It's got a.
Is Kaldheim? Is that the Kaldheim axe?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
It's a Magic the Gathering branded hat. This is the Strixhaven school scarf they sent me.
So we got a $20 donation from Lee Hong Nguyen, I assume, who I believe is one Mr. Lee in the chat. I appreciate you raising money for charity.
We got a donation. I'm gonna upgrade this from this wizard stuff. That's something better. It's less of a hat though.
Oh. We also got another donation from. We got another donation from Skeptimist CCG, also $20. So, that's a nice hat. Would you say you're the jester in Jester's cap?
Exactly. This is the jester's cap.
My tendrils of agony are not safe. If I only have 2 tendrils in my deck and you cap me, I'm dead.
Yep. The jester always comes out ahead. So you're going for a trophy here, Jarvis. Have you ever won a trophy in a Legacy League before?
No, never.
It reminds me when a GP, one of my opponents was asking me if it's happened. Have you ever day 2'd a GP before? I have actually. I have.
Yeah, those are.
Or the Pro Tour, where I've also been asked, have you ever day 2'd a Pro Tour before? That was just don't move my head too much. Yeah, if I move it a lot, it jingles very loud. It always bells.
Really good hat, and honestly, good to see that you still have the funny hats and they still fit your head.
Yeah, my head hasn't gotten too big.
I was actually afraid the opposite thing would happen. Your head would shrink.
That would probably, I don't know, is that worse or better? Probably worse.
I mean, it's worse for hat wearing for sure.
Well, it's also like your skull is like decreasing in size.
Yeah, it's not great. There's probably.
Either way, it seems pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Human heads are a certain size for a certain reason, I think, generally speaking.
Yeah, I have a fairly large head, so a lot of hats don't. I got a really great hat at one point from a viewer of my stream before, who encountered me in an event and gave me the hat, but was like an old Soviet era hat that his like granddad had worn or whatever, but sadly it was much too small for my head. Similarly, my top hat that I had earlier is also a bit small. But this one is good, good size.
So Mr. Lee said he thinks I do this way more often than I like. I kind of think he remembers I do it way more often than I actually do, because it's just like, how do I put it? Cognition bias or recency bias?
It's like if you own a Toyota, you're going to see more Toyotas on the street or whatever, because your brain is attuned to paying attention to those rather than before when you weren't paying attention.
Yeah. So to be fair, Ari and I also won all of our matches yesterday, but you and I have won. No, we're equal in matches won now. Both you and Ari have won 5 matches in a row. So.
Ooh, nice.
So
we're going for 6 though.
Yeah, we have to find out who the better PT champ is.
Well, some of us already know.
Yeah, and some of us don't. Kidding aside, I think Ari's deck for that PT is really good because Steve Rubin built it. So, I'm not sure how good your deck was for that PT, but you did win with it. So
it was great. It was great for that PT. Fantastic. I went 6-0 unlimited and barely made top 8. It was great.
On the play blind, you obviously just keep this. I think.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely. I think turn 1 Ragavan with like lands probably keep in the play blind.
Yeah, so there's a funny when I was testing for a few tournaments lately with lands versus all these Ragavan decks, they could hit me like 5 times and it kind of didn't matter because my deck was
Hmm.
just like I think lands is like one of the few decks like that doesn't care about repetitive Ragavan hits, but there's obviously a lot of decks that do care, you know.
That's fair. So if you hit exploration off a Ragavan, that would be nice.
Come on, opponent on lands. Um, our hand is not particularly good versus lands, but it's like kind of fine. I suspect we would like barely lose to lands with this hand, but you know,
Jarvis always on the side of lands. He would sabotage us to make sure that we would barely
no,
lose.
no. I promise I wouldn't sabotage us. I promise.
No, Tundra. That means Ragavan's unlikely to be long for this world.
I mean, if it dies, it
I mean,
dies.
Saga's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we get to curve Soul Guide Saga, right? Like, which is kind of nice. This is prismatic ending. You can always tell because it takes a long time to cast that card.
Yeah.
Because A, you have to pick execute 0, then you have to click OK. Alright. I think I just Saga Soul Guide, right?
Oh, I'm a little behind, but yeah. Saga Lantern.
So there are Tundra decks that play Uro because that card is still illegal in this format. Uro's a really messed up magic card.
Yeah.
Who is actually playing? I am at the helm, which is why I accidentally F2'd a few key moments where Alex probably would not have.
Yeah. And a couple decisions were made differently. Some
Yeah.
spots.
All right.
That's the one of the wonderful things about Magic is that everybody has their own style, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes there's style and sometimes there's Jarvis style.
Sometimes I throw it, and sometimes I like see this like 7 head decision that turns out to be correct 5 turns later, and then you feel really good about those spots.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are nice. Yeah. So, how did you end up on your moto name of Samwise GG?
That's actually a really funny story. I actually loathe Tolkien, and I did not create this account originally. This was actually a shared fraternity account for people at Dartmouth, but everyone else quit, so I just like took charge of the account. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. Ooh, it's a good draw.
Is it?
Those are the colors you're playing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I understand that, but I don't think Ragavan was actually a good draw. I think I should just get a Foundry. Obviously,
Yeah.
this
You
is
should get
the
found.
this is the matchup where
That's good
Foundry.
because you're.
Sorry, go
They
ahead.
have to. They're going to have to the supreme verdict, and then you can a little sneaky with your Ragavan
Sure.
smash.
Well, the problem with Tolkien is he spends a lot of his books just describing everything and not actually progressing the plot. Do you agree with that? No!
I can see that criticism.
Oh!
I'm personally a fan of Tolkien.
Oh my god, this is a disaster.
I don't know what's happening.
Well, the constructs have the ability, they get +1/+1 for every artifact.
Oof, you got dressed down, son.
Yeah, this is not what I signed up for, personally. But it certainly happened.
It's exactly what you signed up for. If you have me as a guest in your stream, you should expect to get dressed down.
Yeah, but I wanted you to do the dress downing, not our opponent.
Well, I'm dressing up instead, you know?
So someone has to do the dress downing? Alright,
Yeah.
this is just fucking bant pile that I've seen like a million of, but obviously. I'm gonna sandbag the Soul Guide because of Uro. Like, it's actually a big issue for this deck.
Makes sense. Yeah, let's express ourselves. Are we going to finally see the match where Retrofitter Foundry does something?
Maybe. I think you have definitely convinced me I shouldn't play 2 of this card. It's like
It's slow. It's super slow and clunky. Like maybe if you're playing a deck that like really needs that has like in lands it makes sense with you.
oh, I ended up cutting it in land, so that should tell you something about it. So
All
I
right.
think I put Channeler in hand, bottom Brainstorm.
Ooh, interesting. I was gonna put Chandler Eggs in Exile. Oh, that was the one we wanted to cast.
Yeah, no, I want to cast Channeler and Ponder this turn, right?
Well, we want to lead with Chandler probably, right? Have it as the one in exile. So brainstorm. So ponder into hand, Chandler into exile. That's what I was thinking, anyways.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I think it works out the same, actually.
Well, pretty much, except for the fact that you give them less information when you cast the Chandler. You want to cast it first, anyways, because you get the trigger from it.
Right.
So
I should crack my fetch, too, because they could plow with the fetch on the stack, too, right?
yeah,
It's pretty safe to get all Volks versus this deck. Sometimes they play like something like Back to Basics or some nonsense, but I'm not gonna worry about it. If we get beat to beat in the deck that plays Uro, like whatever, they wanted it more or some nonsense. Foundry Slander? Have you liked Foundry that much, X-Whale? It's been really not. Like, I've found it to be really not that good. I don't understand why the Zoomers like it so much, I guess. Alright. It's a good thing we cracked all of our fetches first. Also, for those of you who are wondering, you should just let the Surveil resolve before plowing, but, you know.
we only gain one life. The sadness.
I actually don't like it that much. Oh, what the fuck? That was unexpected.
Okay.
Alright, I mean, I guess I got got.
It was unexpected.
I don't expect Daze to be in that deck usually. But
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Daze deck, but okay, well, we're going to keep that one, I think, right?
yep. I have put it on top of my deck, and if they thought scour me, they wanted it more.
I like Thought Scour.
Yeah.
Render's quite good if you can get multiple copies of theirs. It's just too slow.
I think the first copy
You can upgrade them faster.
Yeah, I guess. There's actually one deck that makes really good use of it, and that's the Ninjas deck, because you can sack your Ornithopter to get a 4/4 construct immediately.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like making 4/4s from Ornithopters.
Should I even brainstorm?
I don't think so. You slam a Murktide here.
So I could delve 5. Oh, and then I could
delve 5, still make a token.
Yeah. And they could cack my Murktide with Dress Down. It would remove the counters from it, essentially. That's all it does. Because it loses this ability, obviously.
Yeah. It's not even that many counters here, right? Isn't it just 2?
Yep. I've actually killed a Walking Ballista with Dress Down by casting it with the Ballista on the stack.
Looking like a hardcore cast force here, though.
Yeah, if they do it, so be it. That's fine, right?
Yeah. You could dash a Ragavan if they do, though.
You could. Yeah, you can sack Changeling Outcast also to your Retrofitter Foundry. I think this might be the match where we get way up on time.
Wait. I don't think we do this.
What do you
I think
want?
I'd rather 1/1 and not let them. And also, we've seen days like there's just a bunch of things.
Sure. Okay.
If we had more mana and we could more realistically cast something other than a 1 mana cantrip, then I would be more for it. But
the hat game has dramatically increased on the stream today. Yeah, there's one person to thank for that. And it's exactly one person.
I don't know, Jarvis. You helped inspire it, Jarvis. So you have some credit. I'm really trying to not move my head very much. It's difficult.
Okay, that's a good draw, actually.
It's all right. I still don't. Are we in a rush?
Guess not. Yeah, just hit them for 1. If they had a second green source, I probably wouldn't attack because of endurance, but...
So, okay, let's see the Foundry again. What are the upgrade abilities? It's
It's
like
very
turns it into a
slow.
Thopter
Yeah.
and then into.
I guess the real question is, do I want to just play my land out? Because technically, like, mana sources are good with this, right?
Yeah, I want to play the land out. I think what's interesting is like, do you want to make a 1/1 or do you want to try and turn your 1/1 into a 4/4?
I'm inclined to just make 1/1s because, like, just leveling up to 4/4 is just, like, not that great for, like, I don't know.
Yeah. On the other hand, it does kind of force them to do something about it.
Um,
I think if they play green source, then you want to level to 4/4, right? Because then you can,
yeah.
you can.
I definitely agree with that.
The thing is, it's just more mana efficient to make it into a 4/4.
There is nonsense afoot, Alex. There is some unreal nonsense afoot.
Oh, what is this nonsense?
So it either means they're going to stifle it. I think is the reality.
Okay.
So should I just brainstorm a response? Because like it's going to be hard to beat that.
Um. Hmm. Yeah, I like brainstorming.
I think like now we're not allowed to like basically just.
They're going to dress down, not stifle, right? Almost certainly, that's what they're going to do.
Well, you have to dress down preemptively, right?
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise the trigger's on the stack, then you dress down.
So we keep the saga, right? We're gonna have and it's a bit slow to find Aether Spellbomb, but at least we can eventually do it.
We might be dead before that, actually. Yeah, I actually think we will be dead before that happens. So I think what I'm gonna do is put these two back and crack my Spellbomb to draw a card, or Soul Guide to draw a card. After shuffling, if that makes sense.
Makes some sense.
We're in trouble.
I hope they cast Dress Down.
I don't think it works, right? Like,
Oh no, it makes sense that it doesn't work because the trigger's already on the stack, but that's why I wanted them to cast it.
I wonder if I was to just daze and slam my Murktide, actually. I don't know. Maybe I was actually supposed to do that, but whatever.
The days?
Yeah, just to get another, like, then this would
Oh,
be...
spell in the yard?
Yeah. Because now it's just a puny 4/4.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
I think we were going to be dead to this before I get to do anything, right?
We're going to take 2 hits from it, right? I don't know. You get to make a pretty big construct.
Oh, true, actually, yeah. So maybe 1, 2, 3.
So yeah, you play the saga, play region, I think, right?
Yep.
And then we can make a token, and then next turn make a construct token.
Actually, maybe like our contract will straight up just like. Well, it won't trade. Maybe we'll just get like a good double block or something, right? And just hope they don't have anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're not in great shape, but again, eventually we do get to find Aether Spellbomb.
This is not the ideal hand.
I wonder what their green is.
My guess is Uro because stifling Uro trigger makes a lot of sense. You can just stifle with the sacrifice trigger, I believe, is how that works.
Yeah, makes sense.
Right.
Unfortunate.
I mean, the Foundry was actually pretty good this game, but also it's because our opponent
Yeah.
is like playing like a weird deck that takes time to get going, right?
Yeah, and they're kind of going over the top of it as well. So it wasn't that good. It's just
I don't think blocking this turn does much.
better, right?
Yeah. They played Berserk. I don't think I would put Berserk in that deck, but I guess it doesn't stop people from.
That would be
doing it.
hilarious, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would. I mean, we are never beating Berserk there in a million years because I'm just not blocking because it's quite bad to do that.
Yeah.
If I were a betting man,
What are we gonna block? We're gonna block with all four of our creatures
and take 4, 5, 6, 7, take 5 damage, go to 1, or no, go to 11. Yeah, that does not seem particular. If I were a betting man, I would bet a lot that the green is for Uro and not for Berserk.
Yeah, I would describe myself as a betting man, and I would also guess that Uro instead of Berserk is the green. All right, my internet is definitely unstable because I'm not seeing your screen.
We could try restarting the call, I guess, but
yeah, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Sure. Okay. All right.
I'm seeing things now.
Nice.
Brainstorm.
Yep. Do you want to reshare your video?
Oh, my face, my beautiful face.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I just have to say go and try to double block.
What did you just put back? You put back Ragavan and
a land.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident that's correct. I guess there was actually a very small amount of merit to trying to attack with a few of the servos.
Right, and just try and double block with
this and that, yeah. Wait, so we block with those, take 4, go to 2, and double bolt it, right?
Or we could block with one servo.
Yeah, blocking with one servo makes more sense, I think. And yeah, if it goes awry, it goes awry. I'm not gonna worry about it.
I mean, the worst that happens is they plow, but we still survive.
Mm-hmm. So you like this block, right?
Yeah, I like this block.
Yep. And I don't think their deck plays Lightning Bolt. I mean, obviously this could go fetch a Vulcan Bolt us, but
it seems incredibly unlikely to me with all these snow-covered basics that they also play Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, you can stifle the Berserk trigger, so that is something that like could happen. But I feel like most of the time Berserk is cast, your opponent always dies, right? It's like 99% of the time or something like nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking about this. I remember the first time where I saw someone attack Elishnorn into a Berserk as Reanimator, and then they learned to never do that again.
All right.
Right. We spent the entire game trying to do this, and we did actually like brainstorm so this wasn't out, thankfully.
Yeah. I mean, the other plan was to like just block to not die,
and then
servos instead of and kept the Murktide around, right?
Yep.
And
so one foundry's gone.
And Ether Spellbomb.
Yeah, I'm not. I think I might just get foundry and try to ride the.
So we're fetching here, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna fetch upkeep, but it's basically the same. I think I have one island left.
Yes, I agree.
That's not good.
And now here you do find Foundry?
Yeah, I think so. Because, like, it doesn't... I mean...
You have so much mana, I think that it's good.
Yeah. I think I should just attack and not worry about endurance anymore.
Well, you can bolt if they have it.
Yeah. But basically, I need to get this game over with because, like...
Yeah. I mean, they have so much nonsense, you don't know what's...
And this has no target, so I have...
Yeah, don't play it.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I wanted to bring up too. I mean, this kills kind of fast if they don't have anything for a while.
Yeah.
Yes, Berserk. There is like a weird Landfall Zoo aggro deck that plays for Berserk. That is not this deck. This is not.
Also, Infect plays Berserk, right?
Yep. Although Infect has been basically hated out of the format because all of the blue-red decks are really good.
Makes sense.
Like, I don't think Infect was generally good versus Delver, and I don't think it's gotten better because, like, the Delver threats have gotten better, whereas the removal basically stayed the same. So how could it be better, right?
Right. So here, again, we could make one of our servos into a 4/4.
Yeah, we could. We're actually probably supposed to, just to get the game over with, right?
Well, yeah, I mean it's +3 damage versus making a 1/1 is +2 damage, so it's slightly better.
Yeah, it infects your jam. It's so rough now. Fuck.
So wait. What is the so it's a construct already, right? What is the?
You can't do anything with it.
You can't sack constructs.
No.
Okay. Well, but okay.
I'm gonna turn a servo into a 4/4 now. I think for sure.
Can you? Is it still a servo?
Yeah. It doesn't overwrite the creature types. It just makes it lose all of abilities. The actual issue with Infect, and this is really funny, is all of the Infect creatures are Phyrexians now, so Plague Engineer is a massive beating.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's really, really, like, it kind of, it sounds stupid, but, like, if you ever play against a black deck and you get Engineered as an Infect, it's actually impossible to win now. It's not impossible, it's just, like, very difficult.
So, I'm just calling another Phyrexian Dreadnought.
I really hope that doesn't happen.
Oh,
Unfortunate, but I guess we just try to beat them up instead, because the best way to fight Sylvan Library is
Yeah,
to
yeah.
attack your opponent.
Agreed.
I think this might be one of the few times I've ever actually used the last mode on this in this deck. When I played Ninjas, I did it a lot because obviously the Ornithopter and Changeling Outcast thing came up all the fucking time, you know?
Yeah.
But
I'm also wondering whether you're supposed to like put the untap on the stack first or whatever, so that if they have like here we have days, but like in this case they have plow.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That you're like your thing is untapped, like so they can't just plow the Thopter. You get a 4/4 before that happens.
I see what you're saying. I guess I'm supposed to do that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean here, I think you're just get rid of all 5 or.
Do I go to the face first? I think I do.
Interesting.
Because look, this is a 6/6 right now. If you bolt them, it's 7. So it'd exactly be a 7/7, right?
Right. One is 2 card.
Oh
Yeah.
no, that's not right. One of these is a creature.
Yeah. So there's only to be a 6/6. Which yeah. On the other hand, you also have the ability if you don't cast anything, you can Foundry just to make another 4/4. But
I think it's better to cast a Murktide, probably.
yeah, I think just casting it and pitching those cards, keeping the bolt.
I mean, I could like bolt Days Pay, but I think that's just like I think that's
Oh
just
yeah,
like too
that's too much.
yeah, I think that has
I mean, you have 1/1s attacking as well, right? So there's
yeah.
potentially.
The issue is maybe if Uro actually happens to us, that might actually be an issue, but whatever.
Yeah, I think we can potentially beat Uro with 1/1s to block it for days. Fairy.
All right, what else? We can't do anything.
Do you want it? No, but maybe we should daze it though.
So it gets a card in the graveyard. Oh yeah, I guess I should. I don't think I bolt yet though. I think that
No, I don't want to bolt, but I do want to daze. Also, just makes them pay 1 more mana. Like, who knows what they were planning to do?
Wish I had 4 Pyroblasts in my sideboard for this matchup. It looks like Pyroblast looks excellent here.
Oh yes, it does.
Yeah, but it's hard to play too many Pyroblasts because you get stretched versus other decks if you do that.
What's crazy to me is that we're still in this game.
I mean, I think they
After
wasted
all that's
two.
happened.
They wasted 2 cards to deal us like 18 damage, essentially, right?
Well, we traded stuff with it too.
Okay. Fair.
Interesting.
I think it makes sense to do that one. Like 4/4 is like kind of the same size as 5/5, and you permanently kill it, right?
Yeah.
I'm definitely making this other servo into a 4/4. I think, right? I have enough. No, I don't.
Yeah,
have
you can
enough.
make it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you have enough.
Oh no, it's 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4.
This game is so long. Well, our opponent is behind by 5 minutes actually. So, and this is game 1. That's not great.
Yeah, kind of saw it coming though.
Saw it coming. That's a card from.
All right, wait, but do we make a 1/1 here? Because we.
I think I would rather make a 1/1 now, right?
Yeah.
Because we can't one shot them. So you actually should play a little bit longer.
And we want to kill the fairy, and we also like hit them. So. Ooh.
That's actually not terrible, assuming.
No, that's good. It's very good, actually. Yeah.
So the Foundry has been excellent this match so far.
Don't attack us. Oh, we're attacking with both?
Yeah. What if they just have like Shark Typhoon or Ice Fang? Like, what do you think the Snow Basics are for?
I think the same reason as yours, but it does make sense. I think, yeah, one life to them is probably after drawing the Force of Will. Yeah. I think if we didn't draw the Force, I would attack 1/1. But with the Force, it's the value of not having the fairy play is so much higher than the 1 damage. Whereas otherwise, like the chip damage is pretty relevant with the Foundry and with the library, right? Like,
right.
With Bolt, like there's just so many reasons that 1 damage to them is really important. But
especially with the Sylvan Library, I think 1 damage is actually important. But I think with the drawing the Force, you can't really risk not getting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was worth thinking about.
Yeah,
you snapped it off, which is reasonable. I mean, you play by your instincts a lot more than I do.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets me into trouble, but I'll give you a hint. When I'm not streaming, I actually sit around and think a lot more about these things. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it makes plenty of sense.
Like when I'm in a,
you certainly can't think any less, right?
Jeez. Saga Foundry's like build your own castle Ardenvale? I guess it is actually, right?
Yeah, with the potential to make them fly, which is kind of nice, and or 4/4, which was some nice. But yeah, it is. Like here, if they don't do anything, you can make a 1/1 flyer, Jarvis.
Could. Do I want that?
I mean, you're either making a 4/4 or you're making a 1/1 flyer. I think you want to like diversify. Feels good to me. Feels like their deck should they only have one card.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make a 4/4.
Yeah.
Oh, I was supposed to do the thing again, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, then the last one, yeah.
I think I just need to sit down
This is better because it's a 2-turn clock. And again, also just
Oh, that's actually huge, I think.
yeah, I mean it's very good.
What's their clock? Their clock is 7:20. I think they were asking about time.
Okay.
I don't think I should ponder.
No, I think just pass.
Yeah.
I just think you have like you want to just foundry threaten and
I think we have them beaten.
can't use library anymore.
Yeah.
You have one card, like looks good to me.
I think we're ahead even versus an Uro, to be fair. Right? Like, what does Uro do?
That's a strong statement, but I guess they play it and then they bring it back and you force that.
Got a raid from DC Sports. Welcome.
Welcome.
Do not think I care about this. I don't think
Yeah. They're just trying to cantrip most, right? Like you actually rather that they don't get to Uro twice, I think. Dreadnought is
I mean, does that do anything?
they have one card in hand, right?
Yeah. It doesn't because I just turn this into
fine, right? You make that into a or don't even, you just make it into you can make it into 4/4 or into just a 1/1 flyer and bolt them.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think this does shit. So I think which one's safer? I guess is the question.
You have a force. Well, you're gonna untap it. I think untapping and making a 1/1 is the safest.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's actually probably
is that way you can beat a shark typhoon or whatever nonsense.
Yep. I think Shark Typhoon works well with Dress Down because it just locks in the power toughness. Right?
I guess. Anyways.
I mean, whatever. Well, they have one card and we have lethal, so
yes.
I'm just gonna show them. Maybe they'll just concede faster.
Maybe, but on the other hand, milking their time is somewhat valuable.
I mean, the way that they played, I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
I think they just played kind of slow, right?
Also, it is kind of unreal that we won that game, but again, it's like that was the Foundry showing its worth, right?
Yeah, Foundry. I do not think we could win without Foundry that game, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was hugely Saga Foundry, like, but that's a lot because we had like mostly word draws, I think.
Shit, we don't have any braids or anything like that, or Pyroblast is real good though, so
yeah, definitely Pyroblast, Submerge, Force and Negation.
I'm looking at these bolts and I kind of want to just cut them. They didn't look very good.
No, they weren't good, I think. I like cutting them. I like Wasteland. Yeah. Wasteland for Caracas, also just like the R3 color deck. What do you think of Cage or Needle?
I don't like Cage.
Cage seems is good against if we didn't actually even see Uro, but I mean I've got to imagine if got it.
Well, so the real question is, what do we want to side out? I think
that is a good question. I mean, we still have to make 4 more cuts.
We didn't see a red splash. They were just straight banned so far.
Play Torque Orb to help their Dreadnought.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
What about if we also add Null Rod to like neutralize the activated abilities of their Dreadnoughts? I think I don't want Cage, but
Yeah, I don't want cage, but we still have to cut 4 cards even in this configuration, which is kind of difficult.
yeah. Um, we
So,
added 2 lands to our deck. We could probably cut a land. Like we could. We don't have. Don't think they have wastelands, right? We could cut Basic Mountain,
oh, Basic Mountain is probably the worst, yeah. I kind of
and then I
want
think
to
we.
cut, like, some creatures, honestly, is
Yeah,
what I
that's
was
what I was
thinking.
thinking too. I was thinking either probably maybe a Channeler and a Murktide. Murktide's kind of awkward because we're
Yeah,
just
I
everything.
agree. So we can shave, we'll just shave 3 creatures. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine. With Ragavan gets better because we have more wastelands for
Yeah.
Caracas.
I don't like cutting Days because I think Days, like, they're trying to, like, initiate very quick fights with, like, Stifle Dreadnought, and Days is actually
Yeah,
pretty good there.
yeah. I was considering cutting days, but I think it's good. And like also with bringing in Force and Negation, we're just gonna have more like need blue cards to pitch. All right, that
Well,
seems.
I mean, I'm really bad for certain things, but I think you keep, right?
You're bad versus what?
Caracas is a giant problem, and Dress Down is also a problem with this hand, but whatever. I think I'm supposed to keep despite that.
Yeah, yeah,
I guess they only have one Caracas as well, so.
probably. If they don't have that, then like Ragavan can go kind of nuts.
Bananas?
I thought I was the jester.
We're both jesters, let's be real.
Yeah. All right, here comes Tundra, and then X equals 0.
Probably, yeah. I actually do like having the spell bomb here because I think the way we lose is like getting cheese. Like,
Yeah,
that's not bad. But I think I just play Saga spell bomb.
yeah, I like that.
And actually, I could just play. Should I play around Days? I guess is the question.
Well, with the spell, I think you can play the lantern if that's what you mean.
Yeah. I
Yeah, I
guess
would play. I would play the lantern.
if they Days
Like
this,
if
we
they
don't.
days
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Who
The spell
cares?
bomb's what was important to resolve.
Agreed. If they Days this, like, we don't really care about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, Ragvan had a chance to, like, just make enormous constructs, which is obviously not 0.
Is this a Jester's Cap homage stream? Kind of. Yeah. Oof.
Hmm.
All right. It is what it is.
I think I'm supposed to just leave them and play.
Yeah. Why? Well, you can't. I mean, you could exile one Misty Rainforest.
I'm looking sadly at these bolts now, but whatever.
Yeah. We have one Submerge.
Whatever. These constructs are actually pretty big, and they missed a land drop. Yeah. If you notice that.
Yeah, they did. Do you think was there any okay?
What's that?
I got main phase making constructs because of Stifle, but
oh, actually, I think you're right. Now I'm gonna be sad. Fuck, they drew Stifle
or Dress Down, but it feels like
I guess I have to do it by this point.
Yeah.
Oh, it says Dress Down? If this is Dress Down, this is like a really bad time to cast it.
Yeah, I mean, you get...
Yeah, because they could have gotten 2 instead of 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just... And go get...
It's also interesting, if they Dress Down, you can use your... they do it again, you can use your Spell Bomb or whatever. Or your Lantern.
So I think I should just play Vulcan Sago.
Yeah. 4/4 is big enough. They're gonna do something to it. All right.
I think my best draw is literally Urza Saga. Well, countering this side doesn't really do much, so.
Yeah, just let it happen. I mean, I think we're going to untap Brainstorm and Fetch. Like, this nice retrofitter Foundry to get rid of.
Mhm. Maybe iteration first, actually?
Yeah, I'm in for iteration first.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I just let it go, right?
Yeah, yeah. Then you want to. They have days in their deck, right?
Yeah.
It's
That's why.
scary.
Fuck, that was bad.
That was really bad, but yeah, get
Um,
Foundry and Misty, I guess, right?
yep. Oh, I should have just main phase fetched because of Stifle again.
Yeah.
Fuck. Really? I just don't respect Stifle because I think it's horrible, but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean
Dreadnought, what are you going to do?
Yeah. And
You can fetch upkeep, right? I guess.
yeah, maybe they won't Stifle, but alright. Oh, no Stifle. Not bad. I think I just fire, obviously.
Yeah.
Because these are awful. That's not terrible, actually. Question is, how exactly do I want to play this? The Wasteland's like pretty valuable, honestly.
Yeah. I'm thinking of just 2 turns on top.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Waste them, go to second main and play the Murktide.
Yeah. You could even ponder first, right?
But then you get dazed, right?
Right. That's true. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I like that then. And then also we have force and negation up for their turn. Kind of nice.
Yep. This is not. This is like a Bant Stifle not deck with daze, so it's like not a usual Bant deck, if that makes sense. This is like a very interesting deck, Marcus. This is not normal. Oh, they were supposed to dress down with Murktide on the stack.
Yeah, yeah. But wait. Don't make sure you're not F6 or whatever. You want
I'm
to have.
not.
Because you can
Yeah.
sack one of your artifacts
Right.
here after this.
So I think I'm supposed to sack this one to exile their Uro.
Yeah, exile the graveyard for sure.
Yeah, and
Draw a card or bounce their guy.
I think
Either.
just drawing cards.
I think draw a
better.
card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's better too. The problem is obviously you're now daze up. They can now daze you if you force it, but I still think it's fine. All right.
So, actually, for that reason, maybe we should have just left the spell bomb, right? Just left
Right.
it in untapped. Oh god, yeah, we were supposed to, but whatever. It's so hard to figure all of these things out. Now we're like kind of blue, right?
Well, yeah, we have still have some merges and out, but
All right, so my top three, my cards are unknown, so I might as well just ponder.
yeah.
So I should take the brainstorm.
You're a little ahead of me. Okay, yeah. Take the brainstorm, then should we fetch? I guess.
Yeah, and I think we just have to brainstorm, unfortunately, right? Like,
Well, like fetch and then brainstorm, right?
yeah, which is obviously very awkward and something you don't want to do, but I think here it's actually correct, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, we're dead instead. I think if we actually hadn't sacked the spellbomb, we would have actually been ahead, right? Because they have no white mana.
Yeah. I forgot that it was end step, so the dress down was staying around. We should have obviously waited for that.
Yeah, we fucked it up, and now we're kind of just blue dobbs, I think.
We are just dead. Yeah. We're just dead on board, right? I mean, like we know we're drawing a blank, so
We'll use the chess clock. Everything's a resource, right? Yeah, that was really awful. I should have figured it out.
yeah.
Like because that I think that actually was game losing, right?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Do we want bolts? I don't think so. Like it's just oofy, right?
Yeah. I mean, we could cut based on like the time on the chess clocks. I feel like we don't want our second retrofit or foundry. And then a lightning bolt would be better there.
Okay, I'm fine with that. But I don't like Caracas defends versus Uro, but I don't actually maybe that's a good enough reason to have it in the deck then, right?
Is it? I guess it also can protect Ragavan from removals.
I'm not I'm not that thrilled
Yeah,
by
I'm not.
this card.
Yeah, I'm not sold on force negation.
Cage does this too, but Cage is a lot slower.
Cage is also not a land and doesn't
Yeah.
like.
They have ending as well. Yeah. So I think I want to do this. Yep. All right. LFG. Round 5, game 3 versus like a weirdo deck that where if we had played a little bit better that game, I think it would have been absolutely fine.
Yeah, I wasn't aware about the dress down sticking around. That's kind of neat. It makes obvious sense once I think about it, but
Yep. Okay, well,
yeah,
yeah, this is what we saw. And even if they have Caracas, we just waste them and replay our thing. So it's like,
yeah.
it's pretty much ideal.
I mean, this is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. Oh wow, they do have it too. Oh plow.
Okay, I'll daze it. This like is really kind of nonsensical to do this, I think. Like, doesn't that just not make sense? If like if
It makes no sense to me.
If it's
Yeah.
literal
Like if
Caracas,
you, yeah,
and now I'm just gonna waste them, and like I'm
Yeah.
really far ahead.
breed.
Why the fuck did that happen? Like that is mind-boggling. That's also their white source, so like
Yeah,
I don't know. That was insane that happened. What is Strand?
all right.
I think I just play Soul Guide, obviously, just to use my mana.
Well, I was wondering if you don't, because you can hard cast force and negation is what I was wondering. But.
I don't think you want to do that because it plays into days anyways. Like if you to do that, I don't think there are many spells we would actually like counter right there. Like, are we countering that? Probably not.
Yeah, I might have.
Skeptical, but that's a nice one.
Right. I think we still attack even though we clear their top card. Oh,
Do I care? Like, actually, maybe I do.
Hmm.
I don't want to spend too much time thinking about this because that like
I think just let it resolve.
Yeah.
Like it's not around, right? It's going right way at the end of this turn, so just let them take 2.
should I brainstorm?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. That was not great, but it's fine actually. I think I put Bolt Spellbomb on top because then
Yeah,
have
I agree.
Maximum interaction in
Maximum
next turn.
options.
And then next turn I probably just slam the Murktide, depending on what happens, but he basically ported us. Yeah, I mean Sure.
Now we force this, right?
Yeah. So I
Force
thought
negation.
fawn
Negation,
pitch.
right?
Yeah, fawn pitch days probably.
Yeah, I think so.
You could also make a case for pitching the second forcible, actually, but I think I just let that go then. Now,
Yeah, I just Murktide them.
yep. Do I force?
Uh, we have 2 cards left. Do the end step. I don't think so. Because you have the Aether Spellbomb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
If you didn't have Aether Spellbomb, though, I'd consider it.
Yeah, I can just spell bomb this on my turn.
Yeah. And they don't even just draw a card, right?
If they have double days, it's not great, but whatever. I'm playing around Stifle, obviously.
Yeah. Ugia.
I think I'm priced. And
Yeah.
they pitch the Uro.
All right. Well, do we just draw a card here?
I don't think so, because fuck, really?
Come on, Pyroblast.
So I'm gonna bolt them and hope to draw something, you know? Any mana source I think lets us cast the Regent, right?
Yeah.
Fuck! Alright.
You're a little ahead of me, so I don't know.
Now I drew Pyroblast eternally.
Yeah, I see now.
So now I think I'm drawing dead, right?
You only have 1 Bolt in our deck?
I believe so.
If Submerge would.
Yeah, there's only 1 bolt. Alright, we lost. That sucks.
Yeah. The Jester's Cap was 2 troll.
Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Like, I feel like we could have done something different that game for sure. Like,
Yeah.
there was a lot of things we could have done differently, but it made sense at the time to do the things we did, right?
I think so. The one thing, like, fighting over the plow on the Ragavan was the
Yeah,
one
maybe we're supposed to
where
let
I
it
wasn't
go,
sure.
but it let us get such a huge advantage because we didn't actually have many mana sources, right? Is the actual issue?
No, like we didn't fight it twice, like, and then we got in a spot. I mean, it turns out we didn't get dazed, but we got forced. But we could have fought there in that spot,
Mm-hmm.
and then potentially would have had like a bigger Murktide when we played it too.
Yeah.
Might have been.
Yeah, it's really, really, really that was really hard. I'm not confident, and I think we could also push for the timeout, but I kind of hate like trying to do that.
Yeah, I don't like that. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to play Magic for a good cause.
Yep. Unfortunately, lost round 5, but that happens. We could have done something different. I'm not sure what. I might go back and rewatch that one at some point and just figure it out. Oh, what is that? A fisherman's hat?
It's Nassif's the yellow hat. Yeah, the
Wait, is
fisherman's
that
yellow.
the OG yellow hat?
No,
Oh,
I temporarily had ownership of it though, but this is just an imitation.
all right. So
Nassif was what cares very much about his OG hat, and I understand that. It's not a replaceable thing for him.
agreed. Well, so oh yeah, the mistake with the spell bomb I think was actually the biggest mistake of the match.
Yeah, in
Like
game
that,
2, yeah,
that definitely just like instantly killed us.
yeah. That was a huge punt that just
Mhm.
lost. Truly, but
I think that matchup is probably fine, but also like it's actually very difficult for our deck to remove Dreadnought once it's on the board, so that's like a big issue.
yeah, having no braids or disenchant effects of any kind like this.
Yeah, I don't like a braid that much, but it certainly would have been good there. Like,
Yeah,
and Submerge does so we could have actually blasted EOT to play Murktide on that one turn cycle, blocked one turn, and hoped to peel Submerge. So maybe that's what we were supposed to do in that last game as well.
well, we probably should have blasted, but
Yeah.
when we the iteration, I think we should try and find some merge rather than because like
Yep.
if waiting like chump blocking for one turn is playing to not lose rather than playing to win, right?
Exactly. Yep.
We submerge it and then we still have a Murktide instead of having nothing.
Right. So played a bunch of matches and they all took a while actually. I think this deck kind of just like sometimes it can take a while to win. You do get some quick wins, but it's mostly you're not how do I put it? I think the level of aggression can be the same as Delver, but a lot of the games you just like grind them out with this card instead, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and I think Foundry, like after that, I think Foundry probably deserves a second slot inside. Like I think they should have one main and one on the board.
Oh, so maybe just switch those two.
Yeah, switch it for the needle.
Yep, yeah, I agree.
That's my feeling.
So 4-1, not bad, but obviously we're hoping for the 5-0. But we did find a few mistakes, so that's something.
Oh yeah, we definitely made.
Yep. And
yeah, I will not be working on them because I will not be playing any Magic probably unless there's draft. Actually, the standard through the ages sounds kind of fun. I might give one of those a spin.
Yeah. Marcus wants to know how the Dragon Rage Channeler was. I think it's good. Like, wait, so I didn't tell you this, Hayne, but most people play Unholy Heat in this spot in this deck. Okay. And I'm just like, I don't think that makes sense because I think you have too many like removal spells as it is, and you're actually threat light.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. The Channeler felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Right.
It's kind of funny because I think it's just like the 9th and 10th best threats you can play. That's why you only have 2. But like you definitely need the spell bomb, you need 1 Foundry, you need 1 Soul Guide, I think, in your main deck.
Yeah.
And the Zoomers play 23 lands, and I kind of think you just don't need 23. Like, I think that's just way too many, if that makes sense.
So what did you say? Like, okay, they're like, you need to play 23 lands. You're like, okay, Zoomer, okay.
Well, no, I'm not like that, but I just reassess everything for myself and try to figure out how, like, you can maybe gain a little bit of equity around the edges by, like, tuning up the deck a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like already we had quite a few lands in a lot of time. The only time was like, whenever I'm playing any of these even somewhat tempo decks, like with delve spells and cheap threats, like I find it difficult to not want 4 Wasteland because it's just so good so many times. But I can see the format maybe moving away from it. Obviously we have 4 Saga, so
yeah. I mean, the question is Saga versus Wasteland, and that's been a big debate for me. So this list kind of just like tries to have it both ways, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. Like,
I mean, Saga is definitely really good. Like, it's it is slow though.
Yeah, but I think it's worth it.
Mana.
Yep. Anyways, I think let's wrap it up. Maybe we get a last minute donation or two, but